Hello. The VOD will absolutely be available. Mod you? I don't know. I don't know, Mothra. Actually, probably be helpful considering the heat. Considering the heat on, how do I do that? There we go. That is a moderator. Alright, you are a mod, Mothra. Whoa. Sorry about that. Hello, Cassie. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I don't like how, like, the color of that is green. Well, it's fine. It's fine. So before we start, we're there. Perfect. All right. Hey, Lily just dropped a response video to Kim Possibles. Yeah, I know. And I'm gonna address that before we start. Oh my God, Mothra, you're so demanding. Okay. I'm doing it. All right. Oh, that's all right if you can't talk. We've got like a fun stream. And by fun, I mean I will suffer. All right, I think it's time to start. Let me just... All right. So... Okay. So... This is my blog. It's very pretty. I know. The theme is goated. Not the government name. So the first thing I wanted to go over is not related to Lily, but it's kind of fun. It's Am I the Asshole? That I'm very excited to share with you all. So, consider this a dramatic reading, just for fun. Just for funsies. Just for funsies is a little opening situation. Um, so here's how it starts. Would I be the asshole if I asked my boyfriend to kick his boyfriend out of our communal living situation and out of our polycule due to quote unquote incompatibility? Let's see if I can zoom in on this a little bit because it's a little tiny, a little small. There we go. That's better. This was submitted a couple days ago. I, 26 female, am considering asking my boyfriend, oh, let's call him Oscar for fun. There is an Am I the Asshole on Tumblr. Okay. To kick out his other partner slash boyfriend, E. We'll name him Edward. So O is Oscar, E is Edward. Just for fun. 36M. From our communal living situation and our polycule, because Edward is not compatible with either of our relationships or the group as a whole. Here's the situation. The three of us currently live in Oscar's childhood home. His parents died and he inherited it, along with four other roommates who are not in the polycule. All of us split the bills evenly except for Edward because he was recently fired from his job as a mechanic, so he pays a much smaller amount, which means all of us have to increase the amount we pay in order to keep up. This would be fine, except Edward is not looking for a job, and this is causing financial strain on all of us. It's a large house and it's very old, so it tends to need a lot of maintenance. Currently, we have to get the roof repaired because a section of it caved in during a snowstorm. That part of the house is roped off because it's still not fixed, of course. And just my luck, my room happened to be on the floor below this, so Oscar has me sleeping in his room because he's worried the floor above my room may have rotted from exposure due to the caved in roof. This will be relevant later. Now, here are the specific reasons why I want E out of here, or Edward out of here, aside from financial strain. All right, you guys ready? This one's like brand new, like it was just posted today. But it's very reminiscent of like the Portland Polycule. It's like Portland Polycule too. Okay. Excuse me. Um, Everyone in the house is part of the same religious group. We are a neo pagan group. Details not necessary for this, but feel free to ask questions. But just know that we have some agreed upon beliefs and practices that we've developed over the past 3 years. This is a red flag, my friends. Um, and many in our group, including Oscar, practice witchcraft. Edward, however, is a hardcore atheist. Now, I don't think you can be a hardcore atheist. You're either an atheist or you're not. So that's also a red flag to me. And is condescending towards us whenever we partake in our various practices. Oscar thinks that Edward can be persuaded to respect us and that it's just a matter of time, but I do not think that's probable. Oscar is the elected spiritual leader in the house. One, because he's held these beliefs longer than most of us and brought us together, and two, it's his house. So only Oscar can kick someone out for religious reasons. We can vote to kick someone out for abuse, but nothing Edward has done is technically bad enough. Yeah, this is a cult. No, we're just reading in Am I the Asshole, Lavender Rare. And it's basically like a poly cult. All right. He should be kicked from the polycule because I think he is using Oscar either for sex or to make up for something he did back when they were in a situationship. The past between those two is very intense because it's linked to Edward discovering his identity and it was Oscar's first relationship. It ended very badly on horrible terms, but they decided to give it another shot for whatever reason. Edward has an intense vendetta against me from the very beginning, and he thinks that I'm delusional for believing Oscar is in love with me because when Oscar liked Edward, it was very different. Edward has his own bedroom but spends most of the time in Oscar's room, typically to have sex. Sometimes they want me to join in with them, but I usually decline because I'm suspicious of Edward's intentions and I do not trust him. The one time I did agree to join in led to my unplanned pregnancy. I also think Edward is cheating on Oscar because whenever Oscar leaves the house, Edward brings over his ex boyfriend and these two hook up, or his ex B, let's call her Beatrice, and those two hook up, or at least I assume they do because they lock themselves in the bedroom for hours. Yeah, this is very haha, what the fuck. On the cheating note, Edward has been getting checks in the mail from Beatrice, but he hasn't been using the money to contribute to the bills, but rather stashing it away into a project fund. Beatrice is dating my ex, Ashley. And I know Beatrice has been gossiping to her because Ashley has been posting to her private Insta account long rants about another perfectly good lesbian turned by dicks and witchcraft, which could only be referring to me because, as far as I know, she hasn't had any relationships in between ours and hers and B's. She is a rad femme and a trad Catholic, so the statement isn't a surprise. But um, she's only started posting that stuff after Beatrice started coming over, and she was kicked from the house for being intolerant. So it's odd for her to start ranting about me now. I think it's unfair that my ex was kicked out for intolerance while I was still dating her, even though I objected. It was a toxic relationship and I was in deep. But Oscar hasn't kicked Edward out despite Edward also being intolerant and dating one of us. So yeah. Is that fucked up or what? Uh, what I wouldn't give. What I wouldn't give. To have so little problems that I worry about shit like this. Anyway, what else do I have? I have some stuff on the list. Um, just as an aside, I know like nobody. This is clearly fake. I don't know, Sparrow. It could be. My other piece of news before we get into the Lily stuff is that it looks like Sims 4 is gonna start doing login bonuses. Edward, get out. Yeah. Get your ass out of there, dude. Yeah, Sims 4, it looks like they're gonna start doing login bonuses, because EA greedy and is really determined to drive the Sims franchise into the ground nose first. Ah, hi, Inky. Yes, I am live. I go live every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. Around this time during the days of the week, but on Sunday, typically it's like in the afternoon. At least for now. For and they're in the middle of June, things might change, but because I have a job that's starting. But anyway, I think I know why you guys are all really here. We all know why you're really here, don't we? What's my favorite? Oh, my favorite Goosebumps? I really like One Day in Horrorland, and I like Say Cheese and Die. And I kind of like It Came from Beneath the Sink. I like a lot of them, honestly. Yeah, it's our girl. It's our girl. Mm. Rescuers. That's where we were. So, oh, she doesn't like the Rescuers, apparently. In a way, we are her biggest fans. Just subbed. I'm here to enjoy Lily's downfall. Well, welcome. Welcome to the party. We have fun here. And again, by fun, I mean I am tortured. What's my favorite cheese? I've always wanted to try Roquefort, but I haven't been able to. So for now, my favorite cheese is Dragon's Breath cheese, and Dragon's Breath cheese is kind of like Roquefort, which is a blue cheese that you can only get from France. Um, and Dragon's Breath is kind of similar, and it was made using a culture from Roquefort cheese in the cave that they make it in. Goat cheese is also really good. Horrorland book, Horrorland show. I haven't seen the Horrorland show. I plan on it. It's on my list. All right. Oh, also, I also want to address something. So you might have noticed that I used a picture of Lily on my thumbnail. That is not very nice. I'm usually like I'm an advocate of like not debasing somebody's physical appearance on the internet. I think that's kind of messed up. But if you haven't heard, Lily got her wife to trace over a picture of Ashley Graves from the Coffin of Andy and Lele to make a picture of Courtney. Because the implication is that Courtney is like Ashley. And I find that extremely distasteful considering of the accusations against Lily from Courtney, considering the subject matter of the game. Um, so Lily lost her pretty privileges on my channel. So now she gets an Angie woke scold picture. Um, that's what she gets now. Yeah, I think it's really messed up, and I like the Coffin of Andy and Lele. But if you if you'd like to combat against that, I would suggest drawing some fan art for Courtney. I don't know um where exactly she's active these days, but I added right to her YouTube channel from my community tab. If you want to go to my community tab and go to the fan art I drew of Courtney and post fan art there and at her, um, that might be fun. Because Lily seems to think that the only fan art she'll ever get is the one that Michaela drew of her. So I think we should prove her wrong. Anyway, oh, also, I also want to say that I will not be covering the drama video. Um, because there's not a lot that I can say that somebody else can't say better. I have been focusing on the content for a reason, and people like Courtney have said multiple times that she's tired of people telling her story for her. So I'm sure Courtney will respond to it in her own time, and we should watch her video, and we should listen to the victims um, rather than someone like me covering that. And I'm not good at that sort of thing anyway. Like I'm here for media analysis, and I only bring up the other stuff if it's relevant, and unfortunately it's often relevant. She really sees these accusations as one of her fictional cartoons, doesn't she? Well, she literally drew her victim as Ashley, so, or alleged victim. Um I find it totally undercuts Lily's counter narrative and mocks the seriousness of the allegations. Yeah. She did see my YouTube post. Oh, you mean Courtney? Yeah, I did. She commented. Technically, the pup is fan art. Yeah, the fact that she's saying Courtney is the same as his sister in the incest game, while she is the brother in the incest game, is really telling. Yeah. Um, best thing to do at this point people towards Courtney so they can hear it from her. Yep. Go to Courtney's video. I if you go on my channel, the fan art that I drew of Courtney like links directly to Courtney's channel. Hey, Sai, we haven't actually started. I'm just giving people the update, but we're about to tear into the video now. So we're attacking the rescuers, and from Lily's little grunt of disapproval, I don't think she likes it very much. All right, I'm also going to turn it up so that you can hear it. That's been a problem in some of my streams that you can't hear. Let me know if it's too quiet, please.
Oh boy, this month was kind of we're getting close to a series of movies that are hard to talk about. The Jungle Book was one and The Rescuers is another. I didn't even make it in a minute about The Rescuers, and it's for the simple fact that the sheer amount of child abuse in this movie wasn't something I could make a joke about. It made me physically uncomfortable. The Rescuers is a beautiful movie and a very well written movie, but it's not something that can or should be joked about. I don't want to talk about this movie, to be honest. It's good, but it makes me very uncomfortable, and I really don't want to watch it again. Not even if it had gay princesses.
So she's just skipping. She's skipping the rescuers. Because it's hard to talk about. Because she can't make a catty joke about it. Yet she still manages to work in her gay princesses joke at the end. So I need you to stay here and keep me in keep me in check, because the whole gay princesses thing is gonna make me homophobic. I need chaotic good. Yeah, I do really like the rescuers. Anyway. Thank you for the subscription. Look, my alert box is working today. Hooray. Yeah, the child abuse is not the focus of the rescuers at all. I'm more offended that she didn't even watch it fully. Fox and the Hound. Okay, here we go. All right. I mean, I just it's specifically I need like I need something tangible in the world in front of right in front of me. Some tangible positive lesbian force. So Sai, you're gonna be my. I'm kidding. Um. Okay. I like The Rescuers Down Under better, mostly because it was a movie I watched when I was sick and a bunch as a kid. All right, let's go. Fox and the Hound.
Good lord, this movie's shit. The Fox and the Hound is remembered as
What? I'm so mad right now. Um. Okay. Explain, Lily.
this sad movie about a pair of best friends who are driven apart by society, but that friendship only lasts for about 2 days before Copper gets put on a bus and comes back an old and hardened hunting dog. It's probably the least emotionally gripping friendship ever put on screen, and the fact that the movie treats it like they've been close friends forever is laughable, and that's ironic.
Okay, but Lily, haven't you ever like met a kid at the playground or something and you make this connection to them and it feels like or like at a summer camp or like at school and you like only see them a couple times and I don't know, it touches you and you never forget it and it sticks with you. Like I went camping over the weekend once with my parents and there was um a family that was in the plot next to us and they had a girl that was about my age and I don't yeah, two kids 2 days is a long time. Yeah. Um yeah, and like I only knew this girl for like a couple days, but she had like such a weird profound effect on me. I also know this like as an adult who works at a summer camp, some kids that they meet for the first time at camp and then they become lifelong friends, you know, like Fox and the Hound gives me gay energy, and maybe that's why I loved it so much when I was still in the closet. Yeah, I could see that. It never gave me gay energy, but like I can see it. Um, I've got best friends for life I'll never see again on those playgrounds. Yep. Also, she's wrong. They're still friends after Copper went to the camp. It's when the older dog died that they stopped being friends. Yeah. I mean, oh god, there's this moment, and I like had like a friendship, a really big important friendship fallout a couple years ago, and like I watched the Fox and the Hound recently after that, and the whole forever is the whole like we're gonna be friends forever, and then like Big Mom was like forever is a long time, and time has a way of changing things, destroys me. And another scene that destroys me is when what's her name, um the older woman drops him off in the woods and he doesn't understand why. And she's doing it for him, but he doesn't understand that. All he sees is that he's being abandoned. Destroys me. Um but yeah. Yeah, poor old dogs.
Ironic because there's a much more emotionally compelling relationship between Todd and his human
Oh no,
caretaker,
not
who
that.
raised him since he was a baby. There's actually a scene where she has to drop him off at a game preserve to keep him safe from Mr. Republican, and it's really sad because she's saying goodbye to someone she raised for years, and
Yeah.
I'm baffled as to why as soon as it's over, we get back to the supposed tragedy of Todd and Copper's barely existent friendship. I know the
No, we don't. We once that's over, like we shift focus to Todd being alone in the world. Um, you know, and he has to figure things out for himself as an adult. Like he's experiencing the world as an adult without somebody to look after him anymore. And it's shocking.
imply there was a big time skip, but the point where Copper goes off hunting is when he's still just a little pupper, and the final act is stretched on extremely long. I just don't care. I can't be fucking bothered with this movie because it already showed me what the movie actually was. Ironically, if you stop The Fox and the Hound after they first meet, then watch all of The Fox and the Hound 2, and then continue Fox and the Hound afterward, their friendship
Look, I thought Fox and the Hound 2 was fine, but it, like, kind of, like I mean, there is politics in the puppy movie. There are politics in this movie. You
Actually
know.
has a lot more going for it. I know some people look at that movie and go, it misses the point of the original. But honestly, I think it just reinforces it.
I ever forget that again, you just kick me on my walking away end. Shake on it. Shake on it.
We're still friends, aren't we? Todd, those days are over.
Like, the whole point like, Todd doesn't have like so you couldn't understand the depth of their friendship unless you got a whole movie with Reba McEntire dog? Like, you needed the Reba McEntire dog movie to tell you that these 2 cared about each other? And then at the end, what happens is that, like, their friendship does win out in the end, even though they're driven apart. I don't know.
The whole point of The Fox and the Hound is that society is going to tear their friendship apart. Is an additional movie entirely about that friendship really a bad thing?
No, it isn't about that the society is going to tear the friendship apart. The point is that despite society tearing their friendship apart, yeah, it's a metaphor for people being pulled apart by societal forces such as classism and racism. But in the end, they still chose, like their friendship still meant something despite those forces. Um, like, that's kind of the point. The point to them is that it was still meaningful, past all the violence and anger and rage and revenge. She didn't say anything about the rescuers, Louisa. She said that it was too difficult to talk about, so she skipped it.
I think the
But she thinks that the sequel is the only thing that redeems the movie.
reason a lot of people have a bug up their ass about the sequel is because, well, because Lindsay Ellis told them to have a bug up their ass about it, but also
I'm gonna kill you, Lily.
because it doesn't carry the same moody tone since it's a movie about baboons being French. But that's the point of a midquel. It complements the original story, and the original story really fucking needed it. This turned into me talking about The Fox and the Hound too, didn't it? I think in general the film suffers from skipping to adulthood too soon and staying there for way too long, so it ends up being like, wait, friendship? What friendship? But maybe that's just my bias for cute baboons being French. Friendship? What friendship? But maybe that's just my bias for cute baboons.
Isn't that like Essentia from Stockholm and Sage slash Spectrum Dash? Yeah. No, that's the bad phony pick, Psy. I'm Look, I'm still working on my Stockholm video. I'm still working on her Stockholm video. It's a big project. It's very long. Scars is just rehabilitated Stockholm. Scars is Stockholm. It's the Mothra. I don't really feel like explaining Scars in Stockholm. Um, yeah, Scars is basically the sequel to Stockholm. You go on some of the archived things, and she was saying that she was porting all the characters over from Stockholm to Scars. Okay, so for those of you that don't know, Stockholm is the big, like, creepy My Little Pony fan fiction where Rainbow Dash is, like, a predator. I'll talk to you about it later, Moth. I'll get you up to date. But I am making a video on it. That is going into depth into the video and analyzing it. So, yeah, it's killing me. All right.
Both being friends.
Copper, you're my very best friend. And you're mine too, Todd.
Good exchange movie. Admittedly, this movie is pretty gay. I mean, look at that look they give each other. That's a good exchange movie. Admittedly, this movie is pretty gay. I mean, look at that look they give each other.
Look at that look they give each other. Lily. Lily. Lily, their children, Lily. Lily. Lily, their kids, their little kids. Why would you say that? Ah! I wish there was alcohol in my iced tea right now. Like, why would you say that on YouTube, especially? It's fine if they're gay. You could have said it in a number of less creepy ways. Yeah. Yeah, it's just how animals play. They're just being animals, and like, why is she not in jail? Ugh. All right, we're gonna okay, guys. All right, lighten up on the allegations, please. I don't want to get I don't want to get this is all let's lighten up on the allegations, okay? Um but I wish I had me too. I also wish I had um sea nymph. Oh God. In the words of a wise man, what I wouldn't give to be Helen Keller right now.
That's a look I give my girlfriend. Actually, that's also the look I give my best friend. How does love work? Whatever, 5 out of 10 needs more gay princesses.
All right. Okay, so I know that it's a complicated movie, but I love The Black Cauldron. Okay, we're just gonna I'm just gonna try to put I'm gonna try to put The Fox and the Hound review out of my brain because it hurt my feelings and it hurt my brain, and I'm sad now. But I like The Black Cauldron, and I know it's complicated and a lot of people don't like it, but I love it.
The Black Cauldron is, I don't know, another 5 out of 10? It's gained something of a cult following in recent years due to it supposedly being a more dark and mature animated feature, and incidentally, cult is exactly the right word for the kind of people who flock to dark cartoons. But
Oh, Lily. Hey, this just in, if you like The Black Cauldron by Disney, you're a cult. You're a cult. What do I do?
The movie itself is just an even-toned, okay movie. This is the part of the roundup that's really draining on me because a lot of these movies are just okay. They're not great, they're not great balls of shit, they're just alright, and that leaves me with very little to say about them. I'm glad the Disney Renaissance is coming around soon because those movies are at least interesting to talk about even if they are talked about to death. This movie isn't remembered for a reason because it's just a straight fantasy that feels like it would have felt right at home in a bookstore among the piles of unsold fantasy books that did nothing different or interesting because they were too scared to break from tradition. They need to make another one where Alonwi drops the pig farmer and gets herself a girlfriend because these movies desperately need gay princesses.
Am I allowed to be homophobic but only towards Lily? Is that allowed? I'm also a gay, so like I can be homophobic to Lily only, right? Can I get permission from the gays in the chat? I can't do this, guys. The gay princess thing is starting to feel fetishy. It's been fetishy, Mothra. Oh, I got the lesbophobe pass. Great. I don't have it in me. Be lilyphobic. Okay, so the gay princess thing is really fetishy, and I feel I know where it comes from, and I think that there's this instinct in trans people that are gay to like lean into it too much. I did the same thing when I first came out as trans. But Lily, you were how old is this? This is only 3 years old. Like Lily, you were a grown woman when you made this. That was 4 years ago, so she would have been 28. Like, that is no way for a 28-year-old woman to behave. And, like, I don't say this about a lot of people. Look, I'm gonna get fucking canceled if I say this, but I'm gonna say it. I don't really believe in autogynephilia, but sometimes Lily makes me consider it. Um and cancel me for that if you want to, but I feel like she's being a huge sex pest and like really gross and really annoying and yeah. What's autogynephilia? It's this idea. Ugh, it's it's a yucky theory. It's a very yucky theory. It's this idea that trans women live as women because they're sexually attracted to the idea of themselves being a woman and attract because they are attracted to women. And it's like a really gross theory, but sometimes some of the stuff Lily says makes me like, maybe that guy was onto something. Um Yeah, it's like a really scummy theory, but, like, sometimes Lily damn. You make a pretty good case for it. Yeah. I'm not saying that she is one, I'm just saying that, like, there are some vibes there. Like, it feels creepy and gross and makes me feel disgusting, so alright.
I don't like Sherlock Holmes stories. They just never interested me. Detective
Kiss my ass. Kiss my ass. You are incorrect and you have bad opinions and you're dumb.
stories, sure, but Sherlock Holmes and thinly veiled spin-offs or homages to Sherlock Holmes? Not so much. I don't know, maybe it's because that one BBC show was all over the internet for a while and became part of this trifecta of TV shows whose fan base was the single most obnoxious group of antisocial malcontents ever witnessed by human eye. But honestly,
yeah. So Lily, one of the biggest nerds I've ever seen, hates she's super into Baldur's Gate and like all of these super like dorky, and she was a brony and all of that stuff. And like, yeah, she loves she likes Star Trek and everything. Like she's super into nerddom if it's like, and this is like a big problem, is that it's acceptable to be a big nerd about boy things. It's okay to be a big nerd, regardless of gender. It's okay. That kind of nerdom is okay. But Super Hulock, which was mostly women, cringe. I like all three of those shows. I wasn't into Supernatural when it was coming out. I only got into Supernatural this past year. But I guess I don't really like Sherlock. I don't like the BBC version of Sherlock, but like it's hard to deny. And like she's going after Twilight as well. Like Lily's misogyny is insane. Yeah. She's okay. She seems to be okay. She's giving N-Log vibes. Yeah, she is giving N-Log vibes. Sherlock Holmes had a huge impact on Star Trek. Yep.
I'll take hyperactive 14-year-olds over the kind of willfully blind psycho.
Steven Universe mentioned.
Paths who still defend Steven Ubermensch. You can tell I don't actually know.
Did she just call Steven the Ubermensch? Steven Universe, based off of Rebecca Sugar, a Jewish person's brother who is a Jewish man. Calling that character an Ubermensch? As a black person, I feel more equipped to talk about the slavery aspects of Steven Universe than her, and I love Steven Universe. I would love to have you talk about it sometime on my channel, Moth. Oh my god. Anyway.
How to introduce the Great Mouse Detective. The movie's actually really good, but it's got that problem where the story is told in clusters, and a lot of interesting things happen at certain points of the story, and the spots in between are just really...
Lily doesn't like the Great Mouse Detective because the story is told over a period of time, guys. Yeah. You moved. The movie isn't episodic. Okay. Yeah, that's what scenes are. That's called a scene, Lily. That's called a scene. Perhaps an act. That's how. She doesn't like vignettes. She likes scars. Yeah. Basically all she knows how to write are vignettes though, Sai. Like that's everything she's ever written has been a vignette. I'm not pronouncing that right. All right.
As a result, the story looks like a badly laid out Frostpunk city. Radigan is probably one of the most
What?
dull. As a result, the story looks like a points of the story, and the spots in between are just really dull. As a result, the story looks like a badly laid out Frostpunk city.
What are you talking about? Fun mouse fact, mice don't actually like cheese all that much. It can give them the runs, yeah. They like peanut butter, though.
Ratigan is probably one of the most enjoyably evil villains in all of Disney's library. Just the way he talks about how he's gonna kill Basil in particular is probably some of the most delightfully evil voice acting I've ever seen. I'm not looking forward to the live-action remake of this, where they change Ratigan's backstory to be about how a friend moved away when he was little, and that's why he tried to stage a coup and create a totalitarian state in Britain before Basil talks him down and they cry it out. I can't wait for the current era of animation to be over. This is where
I can't wait for you to be irrelevant, Lily. I hope you get buried in videos talking about what a bad critic you are and how bad you are at your job and how crappy of a person you are. I hope that you go the way of Poppy and Xena and how like you can't even find your channel when you search up your name. I'm really looking forward to that actually. I hope you I can't wait until you're completely irrelevant and nobody cares what you have to say.
I'm in a bind though, because as much as I love this movie, I never want to watch it again. And can you really say a movie is good if that's the caveat? A lot of these movies have that caveat where, with the exception of Robin Hood, I never really want to watch any of them again. They're good movies, I'm glad I saw them, but I can't see myself owning them on Blu-ray. And Great Mouse Detective is definitely one of those movies. I'm glad to just be able to cross it off the list of Disney movies I've never seen.
All right. Yeah, I love Ratigan. He's such a good character. He's so fun. He's such a fun villain. Who is Poppy and Xena? Oh, jeez. I am not equipped to go into that. Just search Poppy and Xena.
I mean, maybe if it had gay princesses.
Okay. Why the rats got Jer. Bad. Down, boy. I love these movies, but I don't ever want to watch them again. Okay. So if she I'm yeah, I'm getting ready for fight 2. If you come for Oliver and Company, I'm gonna Ugh. I'm gonna give you some free bottom surgery there, Miss Orchard.
We're 2 for 2 on pre-Renaissance Disney movies I actually owned as a kid that still held up. The first was Robin Hood, and now we have Oliver and Company. Full disclosure, I never read Oliver Twist, and I know absolutely nothing about what happens in it.
Hey, Lily, you know what people do when they make videos like this, if they're making money and if they do this as a living, they do something called research. So what you could have done, just a little tip from me to you, what you could have done.
Robin Hood saw.
Stop. What you could have done is you could have read Oliver Twist for this video so that you would have a more cohesive understanding of the movie. Yeah, well, Lily is actually allergic to reading classic novels. She hates it. So if she does it, she shrivels up into a little raisin.
Spike in relevancy with its talk about the rich exploiting and sucking the life out of the poor and screaming death to tyrants, which is apparently a bar that animation today doesn't seem to want to cross.
Stop being evil, Mr. Not Hitler.
Okay,
Why am I doing this to myself again?
That animation today doesn't seem to want to cross.
Stop being evil, Mr. Not Hitler.
okay, I am a good guy now.
Okay, I believe you.
And over here,
Imagine a show this sinister looking. Fun Lily Orchard drinking game. Every time she mentions Steven Universe, take a shot. You would die. Bye, Grill. Okay.
Here, Oliver and Company is this heartwarming story about a poor gang dropping everything to make a little rich girl happy. That might be a tad reductionist. I love this movie because it's
I do somewhat agree that Steven Universe has a massive power creep problem, especially for a series of the main characters not at all built for fighting. I would disagree. I don't think it has a power creep problem. They basically have the same powers from the start to the end.
got a really simple plot, but it's really soft. I've been kind of starved for wholesome content the last few years, so much so I end up having to make it myself. So it's nice to still have kind of starved for wholesome content the last few years, so much so I end up having to make it myself. To make it myself.
I'm in pain. I'm in physical pain right now. I'm hurting. Yes, step away from the Butterfree, Lily. Okay, Butterfree, where did she touch you? No, Moss, that specifically wasn't pokophilia, but she does have some pokophilia in her comic. Let's see.
Adults and children, incest, abuse of power, these are all things that will say something about you if you passionately and consistently ship this kind of garbage.
Oh, hold on, let me. Here we go. So, her admitting that she's saying that Asana and Sage, who are Essentia and Spectrum, are not related, but Spectrum gets adopted by Essentia's family. Enmeshed siblings, 2 married siblings. 2 married siblings. So, enmeshment is when a parent or caregiver engages in covert incest, boundaries are blurred or non-existent. This is her My Little Pony fanfiction account. And one of her favorites is a story called Pound My Pumpkin, which is about these 2 baby twin siblings. This is the chapter listing for Stockholm. A couple of the chapter titles: Dateless When We Turn 16, Bride of Cowgirl, No Concept of Age, what I call Double Dash, which you can probably guess. And then these are the main characters of her comic. Hugging, kissing, talking about falling in love with each other. Yeah. But they consider each other sisters.
Adults and
yeah. So wholesome content, everybody. All right, I'm gonna read back through chat. Thanks for the subscription. All right. I'm not gonna start kink shaming people that want to fuck Gardevoir. I don't have a problem with Lily wanting to fuck Gardevoir. I have a problem with her wanting to fuck the Gardevoir that is her sister in her fan fiction, and also like making comparisons with, like, she wrote some of the allegations into that story. So
So it's nice to still have films to turn back to that are so delightfully sweet. I can't think of a single character in this movie I don't like. I even like Roscoe and DeSoto, even though I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to. Though as much as I love Georgette for her attitude, I'm a little troubled by how she's animated. Someone on the animation team really wanted to fuck that dog, to the point
Lily. Lily. Lily? Of all people.
that I think she ripped off her own fur at some point. The internet has kind of desensitized me to that though. It's a meme at this point. The
Lily. Come on, Lily, you gotta know what you're doing. Lily, what are you doing? She's literally Bette Midler. Yeah, I love Georgette. Category 5 white woman. Sparrow. She's sexualizing Georgette. She's mad that the dog is fuckable.
people want to fuck the Eldritch
And then she, like, brings up a picture of the Gardevoir that she wants to fuck.
Abomination thing from Pokemon, and I'm pretty sure that's to that though. It's a meme at this point that people want to fuck the Eldritch Abomination thing from Pokemon, and I'm pretty sure that's the only reason Venom made any money. So it's clear that the animal fucking fandom isn't going anywhere. Why did
Yeah, you're part of that fandom, Lily. Lily. You literally, like, gained internet fame in the Brony fandom. Somebody take me out behind the shed and shoot me with a gun.
I make a whole tangent about furries? Right, because this movie doesn't actually have much to talk about. It's a very simple story, and that's why it's good. You can't really fuck up with simple stories, and I think that's why it remains such a memorable and fun movie. It just needs some gay princesses.
She, like, didn't talk about the movie at all. She's not talking about the movies even when they're good. And there's, like, stuff you can talk to about Oliver and Company. And I'm not okay, listen, I like these movies, but I'm also don't really feel like sitting here and, like, doing Lily's job for her. Because if I do Lily's job for her, then she did not explain the plot. She did not explain the characters or their motivations, what they represent. If you wanted to complain about the video, you could, talk about how the villains, like the 2 dogs, DeSoto and Coda or whatever their name is, are, like, coded to be black, and they're, like, the only well, I guess, Rita there's one of the dogs is kinda coded to be black, but, you could talk about how, like, the racial coding works, and yeah, there's no substance to the reviews, and I hate these kind of reviews, like, they don't she's just she's not talking about the movies. Oh, she's already gone into Beauty and the Beast in this one. She says her take on Belle is that because Belle has her nose in a book and is constantly fantasizing about stories, that's the reason that she's okay with the Beast basically abusing her because she was brainwashed by the books she read. Literally Gaston-ass take. I think there should be less gay people in the world. Anybody want to take like take one for the team and become one of the straights? I'm not saying that like a review of Oliver and Company necessarily has to focus on the racial coding. I'm just saying that it's one thing. Like Lily likes to talk about that thing quite often, and like if like it's there in this movie. Okay, Sai is gonna come and be more gay as a counter. All right. Okay. See, this is why I can't be straight. Everyone who likes me would be gay. All right.
How cunning.
Okay, this movie's awesome.
What?
Movie. It just needs some gay princesses.
How cunning.
Okay, this movie's awesome.
Okay. Wow, big surprise that like The Little Mermaid is a trans girl's favorite Disney movie. Ooh, I'm so surprised. Do you guys believe me when I say I'm surprised? Anyway, The Little Mermaid was originally inspired by a story that Hans Christian Andersen wrote about being in love with a man and feeling like his feelings couldn't be returned because, you know, two men. So yeah. Little Mermaid is about boys being gay. It's a metaphor, Lily. It's a metaphor about boys being gay. So suck on that. I don't think she's ogling her. I think she's projecting herself onto Ariel. Um, but yeah, relating. No, I'm not gonna. Nope, not gonna go there. Not gonna go there. I'm just saying again. But it is written from a and you know Howard Ashman. Um, he wrote a lot of the lyrics and was coming at it from the perspective of gay men. So sorry, Lily, but this movie was made possible by gay guys. The story, the music. So I don't know, you're not invited or something.
I love it. It's charming, it's fun, it's soft, it's sad, it's everything I want in a cartoon movie. The Little Mermaid comes under discourse from people who think it's all about selling your soul for a man, but at this point it's pretty clear that bad takes on Disney movies are like multi-hour think pieces. Mine are the most fun. I absolutely love Ariel. She's the best thing in the movie, largely because she just gives no fucks whatsoever. She wants to explore the surface and study humanity to satisfy a thirst for knowledge, and she's not gonna let anyone tell her otherwise. And I find it interesting that she is simultaneously a main character and yet drives very little of the actual story. Much of the entire second half of the film is derived mostly from King Triton being unable to control his fucking temper and behave like an actual parent rather than an authoritarian on a power trip. This is a mistake a lot of parents who have teenagers make. They think their choices are to let their children do what they please or disallow it, but in reality the choice is know what your kids are doing and not know what your kids are doing, because they're gonna do it anyway. If Triton hadn't behaved like a maladjusted toddler, then Ariel would have been able to explore the surface safely, because that's what Triton's trident can do.
Yeah, the original fairy tale is way better, but I'm just being a little bitch about it because I'm not letting Lily have this one.
The fact is that the prevailing attitude that Ariel is some kind of reckless moron who doesn't learn is an extremely faulty one. It reminds me of how people said the same thing about Cinderella. Let's rip the bandage off. The scene where Triton smashes all of Ariel's possessions as a show of force and authority is a textbook abusive parenting tactic. It's an action that tacitly implies, I broke all of your stuff, I can break you. And
That's not what that scene was trying to do. He was destroying the belongings that were related to humans because he was desperately trying, like he wasn't trying to threaten her. He was trying to break her connection to humans. because humans are dangerous. Not because he was threatening to break her. Triton would never hurt Ariel. Yeah. He's more than her dad, he's also the king of the sea. Yeah. Triton was scared of humans. You can tell that he has trauma by the way he yelled at her and talked about humans. Like, also, like, think about the stories. Like, it's not like a one-to-one thing. Like, think about the stories that we tell about mer people. They're caught by fishermen, kidnapped, like forced to be their wives, killed, like the fish of their kingdom are eaten. Like if you yeah, humans killed his wife as well. But we didn't know that yet. We didn't know that yet in this movie. In this movie, like all we know is that he's afraid of humans for some reason. And again, think of yeah, okay. I 100% agree that Triton has trauma in response to his lost wife, but, like, we didn't know that until after, like, the sequels. So, I'm not going to include that in, like, how I'm responding to this analysis. I'm just going to take The Little Mermaid, um, as its own thing, where it's standing. Um, thanks for joining, Everett. You guy. Yeah. Ariel's mother was killed by humans, but that was not confirmed until sequels. For now, we're just going to analyze it as like, hey, humans kill mermaids and kidnap them. He doesn't want that to happen to his daughter, so getting rid of her connection of humans might do that. This wasn't. Ugh. Humans were still a threat to his kingdom and they were taking his daughter away, basically. Yeah. In fairness, what do merfolk eat? It's probably fish too. Yeah, exactly. That's what I always thought.
If I were in Ariel's shoes, I'd get the fuck out of there and to the first person who can get me as far away from that psychopath as possible. Triton's abuse, and that's what it is what drives the entire second and third act of the film. And
We get it, Lily. You have daddy issues.
Ursula knew exactly how to prey on a terrified teenage girl and use her fear and insecurity against her. This is not Ariel's fault. In a situation where a debt collector takes advantage of a teenager trying to escape an abuser, the teenager is not the one to blame here. I've heard worse setups for what eventually becomes a love story. Hell, it's better than Beauty and the Battered Wife. It's a movie I would
Yeah. Triton loved his daughter and forgave one another in the end. Yeah. Triton's whole thing was letting his daughter open up his eyes. Would y'all tap Ursula? I'm not touching that, dude. Does anyone actually blame Ariel for taking the deal? I don't think so. I've never heard that take.
absolutely watch again and again and again, and certainly has cemented a top spot at the end of this project. Little Mermaid has definitely held up, even if it's still brought down by the lack of gay princesses. Burn it! Beauty and the
You could say Ariel is a gay princess because she's based on the experiences of a gay man.
Beast is a movie about a girl being held captive by a guy who wants to fuck her, and that's about it.
No, it's not. The Beast does not want to fuck Belle, if you're going to be that crass about it, until after they start seeing eye to eye. And at that point, she is no longer a captive.
No, really, that's as far as I got emotionally into the film. I know people.
Thanks for the subscription, Ring Ding Death. Oh my god. Oh my god, you guys.
People are going to make the arguments about, oh, well, he learned to change his ways, blah, 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 forgiveness, blah, 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 hope punk, blah, blah, blah. But here's the thing, the Beast doesn't learn to really change his ways, he just learns enough basic manners to get Belle to lower her standards. I get the idea as a premise, but the whole thing is bogged down by two massive issues. One, it's the usual crap about how a woman has to be the one to calm the rage in a man's heart, which has been the subject of so many terrible romance cliches that I think we all gag at its inclusion. Two,
All right, that's not what happened. They started meeting and understanding after Belle left. Belle left. Very importantly, Belle left and the Beast did not stop her. All right? Belle left and Beast let her leave. She was no longer a captive. Then Belle got in trouble and the Beast saved her. Belle was never prevented from leaving. After that initial night, she was free to go, and she did. She left. And then she decided to go back with the Beast and help tend to his wounds. I also want to say Stockholm Syndrome's origin stories are murky as well. I don't know who here knows about the origins of Stockholm Syndrome, but basically, it was coined by a psychologist that worked for the police. And basically what happened is these people were being held for ransom at a bank. And the police started being very reckless with their safety. And the only one that seemed to be, concerned with their safety were the captors themselves, to the point where the captives stopped trusting the police because they were being so dismissive of their safety, that they deferred to the captors instead, who took better care of them than the police were. So yeah. Yeah, the cops were way too trigger happy. So that whole theory that Lily's basing this on is bullshit.
the fact that Belle is an unwilling prisoner can't be easily forgotten.
Anyway, she is not an unwilling prisoner. She is kept there for the first night, and after that, she is free to go, and she ends up leaving on her own, and she comes back with Beast on her own.
See, we can call Beauty and the Beast many things, but a love story for the ages, it is not. This isn't even the usual issue of the original fairy tale being old, because the original fairy tale wasn't even nearly this creepy, because the Beast was actually not a rage-fueled lunatic in the original story. He was cursed by a fairy who was being spiteful, and the whole
I love the Beast's I love the Beast normal form. I don't really like Beast with a beard, like in human form.
whole thing is about looking beyond physical beauty. In fact, you could make a pretty damn good body positivity movie out of that.
It's not about physical beauty, though. It's about, it's not just about beauty. It's, something you could talk about is how, Gaston would normally be the hero of the story. He's kind of stupid at first, but he's kind of piggish, but you could see him coming around and being the hero. And he isn't the hero, despite being handsome and strong and quote unquote heroic and well liked by the village. He ends up being a monster. And it's the supposed monster who becomes sensitive and opens up his heart, and it turns out that he was the one, The original story kind of sucked because the Beast kept giving her marriage proposals every day. It was creepier, it was worse.
But instead, the Beast is such a violent, angry jackass, and his rage is only tempered once a pretty girl takes pity on him, and I just can't with that kind of story anymore. The moment the premise is made clear, that was it. I was done. I already knew where the story was going, and I just wasn't having it. And what I don't get is how so many people can claim that it's a love story for the ages. This is now the second time where a film has featured blatantly abusive men making minuscule at best improvement toward a bare minimum level of decency, and people act like that isn't a problem. The Little Mermaid is bad because it's about a girl selling her soul for a man. Never mind that she was so driven by scientific curiosity and Eric was just a
I would also say the people that come for The Little Mermaid also come for Beauty and the Beast. Like, do you think that these are the people that, like, Lily doesn't like watching male characters get angry, got it. Yeah, but she's allowed to get angry. She's allowed to scream at the microphone and make weird grunting noises, and that's normal. That's fine.
bonus, and the inciting incident that led her to finally go to the Sea Witch was a blatant and obvious threat of violence from her abusive and bigoted father.
Okay, dude, you're finished talking about Beauty and the Beast. Let's move on, like, or from Little Mermaid. Let's move on. We already know that you have like a shitty opinion about it.
Beauty and the Beast is a love story for the ages about change and how sometimes the nice guy really does win in the end. Never mind that the change and nice in question is just basic manners, all while literally holding a woman prisoner.
He literally risked his life to save her. He put himself in harm's way to a pack of wolves to save her. And that's when Belle realized, hey, maybe this guy isn't so bad. He risked his life for me, even though he would get nothing out of it.
So you have no way of knowing whether or not
Okay. Like I said, knock it off with the allegations, please. No allegations in here.
she's just going along with it out of a survival instinct. Although one thing I do like about this film is that literally everything the Beast and Belle have appeared in since has portrayed them as they are and not how the film writers think they are. In both
What? What do you mean?
appeared in since has portrayed them as they are and not how the film writers think they are. In
Lily, how the film writers think they are is how they are. That's how writing works. We're just not going to focus on the allegations. We're just going to focus on the media. Lily makes up her own headcanons and story in her head and gets mad that it doesn't match what's on screen. You know what? I do like the Christmas sequel, actually.
both sequels, the Beast is a raging jackass, even during the parts of the story where he's supposed to be doing better.
You broke your word, and for that, you will rot in this dungeon forever.
I should have known you'd never be anything but a beast.
In the live-action remake, he's basically a passive-aggressive jagoff who talks down about all of her interests.
Actually, Romeo and Juliet's my favorite play.
Why is that not a surprise?
But the champion goes to Kingdom Hearts 2, which has
I'm sorry that, like, I just keep on falling into silence. So one of the unfortunate things about Kingdom Hearts is that, like, it really simplifies the stories, but also, and when did this come out? 2020? I need to check something. Union Cross. Yeah. So Union Cross had been out for a while by the time this came out. And it's kind of revealed in that game. And I know that like Lily refuses to play the mobile games, even though they're really important to the plot of Kingdom Hearts, despite claiming she's a super fan. There is substance in Kingdom Hearts, and if you don't think so, you can get off this channel right now. But she doesn't like absorb any of the substance in Kingdom Hearts, but the whole point is that like things get corrupted. Like basically the stories of all of the Disney worlds are playing out over and over and over and over and over again because they're stuck and they keep getting corrupted by dark forces like the Heartless. So the version of Beauty and the Beast that we see in Kingdom Hearts is a corrupted version of that. And that's not just like out of world explanation, that's like in universe explanation. Would you all toss the cucumber at Beast to scare him to see if he acts like a cat? That seems mean.
There's the whole scene where the Beast and Belle dance and things go well, but then immediately after the Beast flips out and screams at Belle so badly that Sora has to get between them.
But surely you can find another rose.
Silence!
Yeah, the whole point is he's being possessed by, not possessed, he's being like afflicted with Heartless, and Xaldin is manipulating him like he was manipulating Riku in the previous game.
You don't know anything!
Like, okay, so I don't want to get too into the weeds with Kingdom Hearts right now today, but a lot of the characters have direct parallels between, like, with Sora and Riku's relationship, and this is one of them. The Beast and Belle are supposed to reflect Riku and Sora right now, because Riku was doing this shit to Sora in the previous game, getting jealous and... Yeah, it has nothing to do with the movie. Come on.
That's not fair, Beast. Don't take it out on Belle.
Yeah. Again, I'm sorry to get like into Kingdom Hearts too much, but like literally Riku did this to Sora in the previous game.
It's not like she stole it.
Shit, they spent all that time trying to make the live action
Anyway. Listen. Don't you talk shit about Sora. Sora's my special boy.
remake more feminist, and Kingdom Hearts 2 just flexed on it 12 years before it was even a thing. I'm not gonna
It wasn't flexing on it, you fucking idiot.
say that Bella has Stockholm Syndrome because, well, she doesn't. Bella is characterized right from the start as having a passion for sleazy romance novels about Prince Charming, so this kind of attitude is perfectly keeping in line with her character. No, she's just a girl who swallowed the bullshit that women have been told for hundreds of years. For all my waffling, the idea that women shouldn't have to tolerate this half-assed crap is actually a new thing.
There it is, folks. That's her take on Belle. She was asking for it. Kingdom Hearts is a little cheesy, but also like the tone is shifted a little bit in the English version, for the worse, I would think. But oh, Rumple from Once Upon a Time. I love Once Upon a Time. Is there any evidence that she reads romance novels? There is, because she talks about like here's where they meet Prince Charming, and like there's like it's a romance novel, and like he doesn't know that it's him and won't find out until chapter 3 or whatever. Like, yeah, women always reading novels, giving them ideas. Gaston-ass take. I didn't like. I found the Beauty and the Beast live action film very forgettable. She does read other shit too. Yeah. Lily's just really she's just really projecting her misogyny onto Belle right now. She's like every girl that she's ever hated.
As in within the last decade or so. Beauty and the Beast is noteworthy in how it turned normal Disney trends on their heads, and in 2019 there are much better films doing that, so perhaps it's time to put this one to bed and smother it to death. See, when I think of Beauty and the Beast, I think of straight relationships where the woman effectively turns into a caretaker for their boyfriend, and there are a lot of women who don't see anything wrong with that.
You keep bringing this up, And you know what's kind of funny is that that's kind of what you do. Nope, not gonna make any. I'm not gonna make any allegations. But I kind of find it funny when people say this and they're the ones that are making their partner be their caretaker. But anyway.
The idea that you should expect a guy to actually act like an adult seems to be anathema to straight people.
But it's okay when lesbians do it, right? It's okay when lesbians do it. It's okay when a trans woman acts like this. It's absolutely okay for a trans woman to be a total fucking pig.
It's a sleazy romance story. It's written like a sleazy romance story. It has the values of a sleazy romance story. If that's your jam, then fine. I like to be slapped in the face and called a useless bitch during sex. I'm not about to judge. But let's dispense with the myth that this is some kind of corner.
Oh. Blech. All right. Hold on, I need to look something up right quick. Hold on a second. I'm doing something really important. Hmm. Oof. Anyway. How do I look at, like, gender and age statistics? Yeah, she is bleeding, but I'm like, how do I look up, gender and age statistics? I don't think I can. I wanted to look at what the age statistics are for Lily's channel. I'm looking. I'm seeing if I can find it. I found another tool. She showed them on screen in her newest video. Lily claims to be indigenous, but she's not, as confirmed by her sister. Oh, so she's making... Oh, she's not making a lot of money. Yeah, I don't know if I could look at it. Indigenous people in this up in Canada tend to be a little paler just because that's how skin tone distribution works. It's confirmed by her grandparents she is indigenous. There are news stories about it, yes. But being indigenous is more than just about blood. You can't, as I've said before, you can't throw a rock in Nova Scotia without hitting somebody that has some level of indigenous blood. Her grandfather, only her grandfather, not her grandparents, just her grandfather, Hank Pete, has some indigenous blood in him, but he did not connect to his culture until after he was retired. So he was from Illinois, was in the army. Now, I don't think. See, there is some racism in the military, and I would have to double check, but I'm not sure that you could get regular military service as an indigenous person back then. It would have to be special, yes, there's indigenous people in the military, but there was you had to serve in a certain branch, I believe. She also talked about how she's not confirmed in her newest video. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, my point is that Hank did not have a connection to his culture until he was an old man and after Lily stopped interacting with him. He started going to the Wabano Center in Ontario after he moved. And the Wabano Center, and I know this for a fact because I have friends that have done this. If they have indigenous blood, but they have no connection to their own tribe, they can go to the Wabano Center to find community. And that's what Hank did. From what I've read in the articles and stuff, that seems to be what the case is. And that would make Hank indigenous, but because Lily has made no effort to be part of that culture, she would not be considered indigenous, or native or First Nations or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Not by the community standards, not in any way that matters. Hell is waiting for you? Okay. I don't believe in hell. Oh, you're you're not talking to me. My bad. All right. She said her sister was actually the one who abused her. All she said was no you to all the... Yeah, we're not going to be talking about the allegations, Bob. Sorry. Lily does have a Patreon, and it's pretty successful. She has like 600 plus followers on it.
Stone of great fairy tale romance. You want a love story for the ages? I got one for you. A girl meets another girl in the sandbox when they're little baboos, and as they grow up, they're always in...
Shoot me. Kill me now.
inseparable. As they reach puberty and dating starts to be on their minds, it just seems natural to them that they should date each other. So they do, and things are great between them. There's a few bumps in the road. One of them has to study abroad, so they're apart for a while, but her girlfriend is still super.
I'm skipping past this.
Aladdin is okay.
It's amazing.
It's the okayest of the Disney Renaissance
Damn, Aladdin, your bobbies.
films. I have mixed feelings about a lot of the 90s Disney films, largely in part to how often people tell me what they like about them, and then I watch the film only to realize that it isn't there at all, or what they said was awful wasn't actually that awful. Bad takes and misunderstood concepts get so ingrained into the perception of these movies that often the actual film's quality is almost completely untouched on. Aladdin, however, is not one of those films. Almost everyone and their grandmother agrees that this film is effectively carried by Robin Williams and his riffing. And because of that, your enjoyment of Aladdin is going to be entirely based on how much you enjoy Robin Williams' stand-up comedy routine. And
Lily. I want you to say, I want you to tread the next couple sentences very carefully.
I, personally, do not. I mean, all that time spent...
Also, Agrabah is a little too close to Asia for... He's a little too close to Asia for Lily's tastes. She hates Asians.
And doing impressions could have been spent on something that would truly make the movie great, like, oh, I'm just spitballing here, gay princesses?
Do that.
So we're not going to talk about, like, honesty or classism or how, you know, Jasmine is in a gilded cage or... you know, like the misogyny in the movie by the characters, or how, you know, like or that the Sultan is kind of stupid and bumbling, and maybe, you know, Jafar was kind of right to want to take it from him, but then he got greedy and, like, yeah, she said nothing about the movie. She just was like, I don't like Robin Williams. She basically said the thing that would get her the most clicks.
That again, and you'll pull back a stump.
I was going in excited about this film because I remember watching it as a kid because we taped it, but at the same time, I don't actually remember liking it. I remember liking a very particular part of it, and that's when Simba and Nala are being escorted by Zazu and later ditch him to go to the elephant graveyard. That's it, though. Everything else just either slid off my brain or I didn't care about. And the same thing happened here. After Simba got back from the elephant graveyard, the movie was pretty much over for me, and the only entertainment value
I need a second. I'm back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What? Disney's most beloved masterpiece, Lily. One of Disney's best movies ever. With a star-studded cast. And she said she can't even bother to pay attention to it before even like one of the key character moments happens. Hey. Watch it with the allegations, please. With the allegations against her, okay? I know it's tempting. I know it's tempting to take those shots, but we're not going to do that. Just watch it with the allegations, please, and thank you. Mothra, can you start cleaning up any of the serious allegations? Start deleting comments, please. That makes any serious allegations in chat. Mothra, why did you ask to be? You could also talk about how like fucking Nathan Lane is actually a gay man. You could talk about him if you wanted to, how he's actually gay and played like a gay coded character. Or you could even, and Howard Ashman wrote a lot of the songs. There's another gay man that was involved in this. Yeah, no mention of the two dads. Maybe she will. No, the video's almost like, it's just a little dot. She's almost done talking about it. Some would say that Lion King is Disney's magnum opus. Yeah. It was so good that they changed how they did the Oscars. The music is amazing. The visuals are amazing. The voice acting is amazing. The cast is amazing. Like, Elton John also wrote songs. The Gayest Man. There was so much gay like talent in this movie. The Disney Renaissance was built on the backs of gay men. But anyway, which is ironic considering that the AIDS crisis was like in full swing during the Disney Renaissance. And yeah, Disney was kind of weird about like being accepting of gay people, but would, sorry, okay, look, there's so much to talk about Disney's treatment of gay people, Lily, instead of just your catty little like, oh, there should be gay princesses. You're not acknowledging the fact that like during the AIDS epidemic, Disney was profiting off of the works of gay men, and Howard Ashman died of. It's so fucking. Yes, it was also steeped in Black excellence, despite not having like a proper Black character until Tiana. Really. I mean, I guess there was some like other minor characters, but like there was no Black character in a lead role, not in the Disney animated movies. Like obviously, like the Lion King cast, like most of them are Black, but like, you know what I mean. She doesn't care unless it's gay girls. No fucking kidding.
I got out of it was just talking to Sketchy. That was the reason I even brought Sketchy on in the first place. My initial viewing only got about 5 jokes. I'm wondering why it's considered the greatest animated movie ever made by so many people. Maybe the animation itself and Mufasa's death? Actually, on reflection, that's probably exactly why. Anyway, I hate this movie because there aren't any gay princesses. Now let's see if the comment section takes that seriously.
I hope that Disney never makes any movies about gay princesses in Lily's lifetime. I hope she never gets to see that. I truly and deeply wish and hope that that never happens. No, Lily's deeply homophobic towards gay men. Look how she treats Astarion. I'm not looking forward to this one. I have a lot of mixed feelings about Pocahontas. I'm glad that they got actual indigenous people to act in it. I don't like. Yeah, I'll let her talk about Pocahontas, and then I will respond to it.
Asha no falortala.
This might be the most enjoyable movie out of the bunch, and I totally recommend it.
Lily, no. Lily, no.
I'm serious, you have to see this shit! Where to start? Pocahontas is the worst Disney movie so far, and I'm pretty sure I had more fun with it than any other film because it bounces back and forth between comical self-awareness and being an episode of My Little Pony, where the solution to an unjust invasion and displacement of a nation's inhabitants can be solved with friendship, apparently. Actually, shit, I just remembered, My Little Pony actually did that episode. Fuck. Here's what I mean. There's a point where Ratcliffe asks his underling why the Powhatan people attacked them, and the underling says rather plainly,
Because we invaded their land and cut down their trees and dug up their earth?
and then just a little bit earlier in the film, John Smith was so nakedly condescending to Pocahontas because he thinks she's stupid and talks about how he went to other places forcing English views on everyone. But then later in the film, the whole thing is characterized as violence on all sides and kill them with kindness, and the movie snaps between those two modes constantly. It's like watching Battle for Azeroth's war campaign, but without the...
Okay, I do want to say that as much as I don't like this implications of this scene,
as violence on all sides, and
oh, the color theory in Pocahontas is so fucking good. I learned a lot about color theory from this movie. Look at that. That's fucking look how bold that is. Where like the characters are purple and like the rim lighting is magenta. Like that is just that is some incredible color theory.
And kill them with kindness, and the movie snaps between those two modes constantly. It's like watching Battle for
look, that looks freaking incredible. Yeah, they thought this was going to be the Oscar bait movie. Yeah, I'm not. The plot's kind of meh. I don't like how they basically turned like a real person into like. Look, basically none of the Disney stories are accurate to the original stories that they are based on. I think the problem with using Pocahontas is that like the wound is still so fresh. I don't think that even if this was the best Disney movie ever, even if it was like really good, I think that is still it's such a sore spot and it's still so recent. Pocahontas was just a little girl, and like if this had happened hundreds and hundreds of years ago, that would be fine. But indigenous people are still experiencing that today. Yeah. She wasn't a fairy tale or a folk legend, she was a real person, yeah. I mean, like, her story was kind of turned into a legend, but they were trying to make it based on an American hero, like an American story, and, yeah. It leaves an ick in my mouth, but as a child, it was the only native princess, like, one of the only native characters in Disney's lineup, other than, like, other than the Peter Pan ones, and those were terrible. So as a kid, I liked her because I was too young to really see the problems with it. So like I have like a lot of mixed feelings in my heart about the character, Yeah, yeah, Pocahontas is her name. Her real name is Emonuti, I think. And her private name of I'm not familiar with Powhatan language. Matoaka? Anyway.
Azeroth's war campaign, but without the only good character in the entire fucking story that even makes it worth playing. This movie simply cannot pick a fucking lane. It's like a centrist in film form, trying to appease the left with a disturbingly accurate portrayal of the attitudes of the colonists, but then trying to appease the right with the historically revisionist approach to storytelling that says, not all whites. It's like they were trying to have their cake and fuck it too. The constant whiplash makes this film a different breed from Disney's usual unpleasant racism. Namely, it's fucking funny. It's funny watching the directors flounder back and forth between almost getting it but trying to keep the safe fairy tale ending. And they know that because no story about Pocahontas is gonna end happily. Pocahontas was kidnapped, forcibly converted, and married, and then toured around England where she died of disease at the age of 21. So the end result that one has to ask themselves is, why the fuck would you try and make a story about any native person during the colonization of North America into a fairy tale? That's like trying to turn the residential schools into Heathers, but with, slightly less death. It's pretty
watch Rhymes for Young Ghouls, please. It's really good. It's not Heathers, but for residential schools, but it's made by a Canadian actor that or a Canadian Indigenous director. And it's about a girl that is forced to go to residential schools. It is very mature. But it's really good. Oh, it's so good. Also the same person made Blood Quantum, which is about a zombie apocalypse, but it turns out that like indigenous people are immune to the zombification thing. Oh, it's really good. Both of them are really good.
Ghoulish to make a fairy tale out of somebody's real life, but it's ghoulish to a Lich King level to try to do that with the life of somebody who was the victim of very real atrocities. This is hard for some Americans to come to grips with, but any story that involves the natives and settlers getting along is a lie. Trying to make a Disney fairy tale set during the settling of the US is like trying to make a Disney fairy tale set during the Holocaust. You're not gonna have a good movie, you're just gonna be a less vague version of Steven Universe. Nothing can fix this movie. The only way
What? Her smug smirking. Yeah, Canada is actually worse in some respects than the US is about its indigenous relations. Steven Universe mentioned. I'm gonna swallow a shotgun and pull the trigger.
To save it is to make a completely different movie about something else entirely. If I can make a suggestion.
No.
Gay princesses?
No.
You are all!
I can make this suggestion. Gay princess?
I'm trying. Is that supposed to be Alphaba and Glinda or something? Whatever.
You are all nothing!
The Hunchback is another film like The Lion King. It's got a lot of really good moments, but the parts between are just very drab and
Okay. I predict she's going to bring up Kingdom Hearts.
Not that interesting. Again, a film made of set pieces more than anything else. It admittedly has the same critical failing The Lion King has in that it's built off a story that doesn't translate to screen very well. Trying to condense an admittedly very long book that was itself written into a different film entirely is what ends up with this kind of stilted and...
And again, like Howard Ashman's songs in this, oh my god, Somewhere Out There, so good. I also like how 4 of the songs, so not Somewhere Out There, what am I talking about? Out There. So Out There and then Heaven's Fire, or Heaven's Light and Hell's Fire are 2 songs that are sung by Quasimodo and Frollo. And Frollo sings it one way, and then Quasimodo sings it another. And it's supposed to really drive home this idea of like what makes a monster and what makes a man, right? So in Frollo's version of Out There, it's like, here, let me bring up lyrics to read. And then so like let's go over Out There first. So Out There, like Frollo's lyrics are he's speaking to this boy that's in his care. He's a judge, which did have ties to the church at the time. You know, the world is cruel, the world is wicked. It is I alone who you can trust in this whole city. I am your only friend. I'll protect you. Just stay in here, you know. You are deformed, you are ugly, and these are crimes for which the world shows little pity. Out there, they'll revile you as a monster, and then, you know, Quasi at the time is like, I am a monster. Out there, they will hate and scorn and jeer. Why invite their calumny and consternation? Stay in here, be faithful to me, grateful to me, do as I say, obey, and stay in here. And then on Quasi's side, which I really love, I belt this song in the shower, by the way, where he's just wanting to hope. All he wants is to go out there for one day, live in the sun, is all he asks for, just one. And he'd give anything just to be down there. And he's been watching them his whole life, wishing he could be part of them. He admires like the lower class, millers, weavers, the little wives that are going out shopping. He watches them through the roofs and the gable, and he'd treasure every moment if he got to be one of them. He just wants to walk by the river like an ordinary man, just be free, and he won't like be angry or upset if he has to go back in. He doesn't care. He just wants to spend one day out in the sun around people, you know? And then like it's contrasting these 2 characters with the same song. And then later in the movie, you get Heaven's Light and Hellfire. So this is Quasimodo for the first half of the song is talking about like, you know, I've always watched people out in the world like that are just a pair that they seem to have a glow about them. And this person like looked at me like I wasn't a beast, and I feel like it's the light of heaven, you know? And he thinks like she's an angel, and like it's nice to think that maybe she cares about him. Like it warmed his heart in his tower, and he's just so happy, and it's like this pure love. And he thinks that she's an angel. And then on the contrast, in Hellfire, which is Frollo's half of the song, he says that, you know, I look out at the people and all I see is weak, vulgar, licentious, like weaklings, you know, common people. So, but I can't help but think about Esmeralda dancing in the fire. She's a demon, she's a witch, and I want her for myself. I don't want anybody else to have her. I want her to have me. Or destroy her. So destroy her or give her to me. And then, like, on the other hand, Quasi's like, I feels like somebody actually likes me for me and isn't turning away from me, and you know. And in the end, like, even if Esmeralda doesn't love Quasi, he still cares about her and wants her to be safe. And kind of like, he accepts that. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. It's very different kinds of love. Like, Frollo, despite looking like an ordinary man, is a monster to his very heart. And Quasimodo, despite like looking deformed, is a very kind and gentle soul and completely selfless. But anyway, sorry, I got a little carried away because I really like this movie. I get the inclusion of the gargoyles. They were probably scared they'd lose the kids, but yeah, it would be objectively be better without Jason Alexander and the rest of the lot. There is an edit of of The Hunchback of Notre Dame without the gargoyles out there.
Bursty? Yeah, that works. Bursty storytelling. Much like Pocahontas, Hunchback really wasn't something that should have been turned into
That's called a scene, Lily.
a Disney animated film to begin with. Fairy tales are one thing, but every single piece of old literature shouldn't be considered prime real estate. Disney animated films are best suited to a very particular style and type of content, and the super dark, super problematic stories are not what they should be gearing themselves toward. The thing about Hunchback is that nobody can tell me anything good about it outside of how supposedly dark it is. The villain is a holy man who perverts his own religion to justify perving on a teenage girl who he hates entirely.
Esmeralda's not a teenager. Hold on, let me just check something. She's in her 20s. Oh, she is around 16 years old. Okay. My bad. I thought she was a lot older than that. Yeah, she meant sporadic. Quasimodo sees her as an angel. Doesn't matter if she's in love with him or not. All that matters, she's safe. Yeah. I always imagined that the gargoyles were imaginary friends made up to keep him company. I think that's a pretty common interpretation.
On the basis of her skin color, and while that's not a bad story in theory,
what?
A teenage girl who he hates entirely on the basis of her skin color, and while
I mean, if Lily, do you think that racism is based entirely on skin color? Yeah, Frollo is racist against the Romani, but like racism can't be boiled down to skin color.
while that's not a bad story in theory, to say that Disney is clumsy with it would be an understatement. The religious perversion is stripped down and its terminology watered down extremely in order to avoid offending people of Christian backgrounds, which I find weird as they already changed Frollo into a judge and added an actual priest who isn't a douchebag, so that shouldn't have been an issue. A man who perverts the church for his own agenda getting dressed down by the humble priest, that's not just Christian, that's the origins of Christianity.
Also, okay, it's very specifically Catholicism, I think, is important. Secondly, Lily, if they didn't do that, the movie would not have been allowed to be made.
That's Jesus beating capitalists with a whip levels of relevant. Okay, Hellfire. Cool, that's neat I guess, though personally I'm more fond of God Help the Outcast because I'm just too old to be wowed by superficially dark subject matter. I don't care much for the gargoyles, but I'm not surprised by the fact that they're an unwelcome presence in the film because one of them is played by Jason Alexander, who is universally not funny. So end of discussion there. It ultimately comes down to whether or not you like the darkness oozing out of this movie's pores, and I honestly do not. I'm over dark. I'm done with it. I prefer wholesome interpersonal drama over this shit any day. And there's no better wholesome interpersonal drama than gay princesses.
There is only one queen on this.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm just. The image Lily uses for the gay princesses is from a short comic strip by Eric Sillies. Okay. I wonder how steamed she was that we got a gay male main character before we got a gay female main character.
Battlefield.
Hercules is unfairly maligned. People get on his case for having too many jokes about celebrity endorsements because apparently the directors wanted to talk about that for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why they went this route, but it's often treated like the whipping boy of the Disney Renaissance, and honestly, I think that's unfair. It's certainly better than Shrek like Pocahontas and Beauty and the Beast, and compared to The Lion King and Hunchback, which were honestly just kinda dull, Hercules is pretty fun. Hercules is a pretty fun, funny, enjoyable movie, and I'm surprised because it's a mythological story, and those are hard to make watchable. I said this back when I did Prince of Egypt, in that mythological stories are hard to make watchable films out of because stories that involve deities tend to be decidedly not family friendly. Greek mythology is probably the second most violent canon out there, what with the gods in question being petty-minded tyrants.
Okay. I also like Hercules, by the way. But yeah, I would not say that it's the best Disney Renaissance movie by far. I think it's one of the weaker ones, but I still like it. She called the Lion King doll. Yeah.
They're only ever outdone by Abrahamic religions because 3/4 of the time Jehovah is a blood psychopath who can't go without killing something for 40.
Hello? Lily, why are you calling... Lily, are you ex-Mormon? Or not ex-Mormon, ex-Jehovah's Witness? Why are you calling it Jehovah? Okay.
5 seconds. So it's easy to end up in an unwinnable situation where at best you have the Prince of Egypt, where your story ends up being two fascist dictators fighting over who gets to own a group of people they can't stop killing, and at ends up being two fascist dictators fighting over who gets to own a group of people they can't stop killing.
Lily?
What the fuck are you talking about?
"45 seconds. So it's easy to end up in an unwinnable situation where at best you have the Prince of Egypt, where your story ends up being two fascist dictators fighting over who gets to own a group of people they can't stop killing, and at worst you end up
We get it. You hate Jewish people. I'm not even talking about the Steven Universe thing yet, because, like, the anti-Semitism... Oh my god.
3/4 of the time, Jehovah is a blood psychopath who can't go without killing something for 45 seconds. So it's easy to end up in an unwinnable situation where at best you have the Prince of Egypt, where your story ends up being two fascist dictators fighting over who gets to own a group of people they can't stop killing, and at
Okay, Lily, I'm going to say this very slowly. The Christian God and the Jewish God are different. And you do not understand the Exodus. She went on a religious tangent for Hercules, but not Hunchback. I don't understand her. Yeah. They are not the same Abrahamic God. It's... They're characterized differently. The Hebrew texts have been, like... I would say that, like, Christianity is a spin-off of Judaism, but it's also, like, very, very different. Do we want to watch her Prince of Egypt video when this is done? I'll just put that in my notes. There was an early sect of Christians who literally thought the Jewish God and the Christian God were two separate entities because they're so different in behavior. Yeah. Okay.
worst, you end up with Steven Universe, which holds those fascists down for sloppy makeouts. Thankfully, her killing, and at worst, you end up with Steven Universe, which holds those fascists down for sloppy makeouts.
The so-called fascists in question are basically Steven's family, Lily. Christianity is the spin-off of Judaism is such a funny sentence. Thank you. You can quote me on that. My phone died. You forgot to plug it in. Yeah. Whenever I hear Lily Orchard say gay princesses on her Disney movies, I just want to break her window and shout, "Oh my god, who the hell cares?" Yeah, I sincerely hope that we don't get a lesbian princess until Lily Orchard is no longer on this earth. just out of spite. Okay.
Thankfully, Hercules doesn't fall into any of that, and I just wasted your time by waxing philosophical about monotheism. I do this because I hate you and I want you to suffer. And also, a family fun movie is about as far as I can describe.
Early Judaism was not monotheistic.
Hercules. No, it's not accurate to the original story, but it's a fucking Disney movie. If they can't be accurate to something that actually happened, Pocahontas, what the hell makes you think they'll be accurate to anything else? One final note, however, is that Megara is the single greatest character ever made. Not just because I'm a raging lesbian, but that is part of it, but also because of her attitude. She's so fucking cynical, where everyone else in these movies is starry-eyed and optimistic, or as it's known outside of Cartoon Network, stupid.
Are you...
Damsel, I'm in distress. I can handle this. Have a nice day.
Are you not going to talk about the movie?
Dumb.
Yeah, Well, you know how men are. They think no means yes and get lost means take me, I'm yours. He comes on with his big innocent farm boy routine, but I can see through that in a Peloponnesian minute.
It's nice to see a Disney character that's an actual adult. Not gloomy and pessimistic, just 30. She's seen enough of the world that Hercules' manners just come off to her as fake, when really he is just that naive. I mean, he's 18, so of course he is. It's a fucking shame that the same voice actress also voices Pink Diamond of all people. Susan Egan doesn't deserve that shit. She's a good voice actress. She doesn't deserve to suffer through the indignity of being on Steven Universe. Give her own show and let her play Megara again and make her gay. Actually, wait a minute, this movie's set in Greece. Where are my fucking gay princesses?
Okay, so we're gonna, yeah. So Susan Egan is not a slave. She can take whatever acting role she wants. And let me see. We're just gonna do a little quick peek-see poo. Leona Lori says that I'm a big Steven Universe fan. Susan Egan says, yay, Steven Universe. Rebecca Sugar, isn't she a total genius? Susan likes Steven Universe. It's not like she was like, fuck off, dude. I didn't even know it was a show for children for the first 50 episodes. Well, right. I mean, sure it is and it isn't. I mean, it is definitely, but not just for children, for sure. It works on so many levels, and I love that children are getting things that they don't even really know they're getting. It's like hiding their vegetables in spaghetti. Lessons in identity, kindness, acceptance, and all those wonderful things that kids, even before they're self-aware, might, when they become self-aware, go, I'm perfect the way I am, and that's a good thing. It's good for adults. I like the message. Did you know how special this show was when you auditioned? My career, in many ways, seems totally backwards. Hercules was my first voiceover credit at all. Usually you work yourself up to a Disney animated feature, but that was my first one. Ironically, they wouldn't let me audition because I was playing Belle for them at the time, and Meg and Belle are very different. They saw me as Belle, so I sort of had to say, no, let me show you what else I can do. I always wanted to do a series. I keep doing things more one-offs with Spirited Away and with Disney, which is great. Yeah, she just kind of fell in. Jeff Dunham was doing an animated movie for cable, and they needed a mom character. I ended up doing that, and the people at Produce knew. The people were doing Steven Universe. They were looking for somebody to come play Whale, who has one line at the end of the season, but they knew where that potentially was going, and that Whale was actually Rose. Rebecca, I guess, was a fan of Hercules, and she said, oh my god, Susan Egan, would she come and do it? So I never auditioned for Steven Universe. There she is with Grace Rolick, Zach Callison, and yeah. So, shut up, Lily. Susan Egan loves Steven Universe. There are some of their Disney castmates. Patti LuPone being, you know. So you shut your mouth. Don't put words in Susan Egan's mouth. Where am I? What was the other thing she said that pissed me off?
Her again and make her gay. Suffer through the indignity of all. I mean, he's 18, so of course he is. It's a fucking shame that the same voice actor is her gay.
Nothing.
Also, why aren't you talking about any of the... Who did she play? She played Meg, and she also played Rose Quartz. Also, yes, there were a lot of gay characters in Greek mythology, but you know what? Not a lot of lesbians. Sappho's is probably one of the few exceptions, but for the most part, Greece was pretty misogynistic, unfortunately, and that's part of the reason why we see so much gay stuff is because I'm not a big fan of the ladies. But anyway. Why does she keep calling her Pink Diamond? Because Lily likes to dead name people she dislikes. Also, the Roman pantheon is a little different than the Greek pantheon. Like, the Romans reinterpreted the Greek pantheon, cut down on a lot of the gay stuff, made it less sexual, you know, that sort of thing. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff to talk about in Hercules. But again, I don't really feel like sitting here and doing Lily's job for her. But again, notice that she didn't actually talk about the plot or the themes of the movie. She's not even mentioning what the themes of the movie are. Or you can talk about how bold and brave of a choice it was to do a movie about a Greek hero, a Greek myth, and use black gospel music, but also make it so that the city was basically like the Greek version of New York. Like, there were so many bold choices in Hercules, and I wish she would have talked about that because I think it's really interesting. It's kind of silly, but it works somehow. Like, it's weird how well it works. Yeah. What are her fans even getting out of this? I don't know. I think, okay, I've kind of like talked about this before, but I think people just turn Lily on in the background and like let her go. Because Lily's very good at saying things in an assured voice, you know? She is insanely rude to her fans, yeah. But like, it's really easy to listen to somebody who tells you how to think because then you don't have to think. You don't have to put in the effort of thinking if you're listening to somebody like Lily.
A minute, this movie's set in Greece. Where are my fucking gay princesses?
Honor means nothing to a corpse.
I think this might just be a strong contender for best Disney movie of all time, and I'm surprised about that because Mulan is another one of those this actually happened movies like Pocahontas.
Okay, why? Okay, I don't like it when Lily calls herself a bimbo. It feels like appropriation somehow. The Black Gospel music was the best choice they made. I love it so much, but I am biased. Yeah, I really like that they went with that. Anyway. Okay. Why are Sora, Winnie the Pooh, and an Overwatch character in your bottom left why is she down there? Why are they down there? Why are they down there? Also, why haven't you spoken about Winnie the Pooh? Like, that's also a Disney movie. You haven't spoken about Fun and Fancy Free. There's like a bunch of movies that you just didn't talk about, Lily.
And yet, it's just so much better. Partially because it remains.
What are they doing down there? She's very calculated. She wants to call herself a bimbo to pretend she's harmless and approachable and not a monster. Yeah, that's a pretty good reading.
Mostly faithful to the original story, like all the important things are there. Mulan's there, she's badass, she saves China. All the details and specifics can be played with as long as that basic framework is adhered to. Everything else can be as movie-like as you want, and this is Mulan's greatest strength. While many other Disney films have struggled with tonal whiplash, I feel Mulan makes the best use of the concept. The scene at the burned village is probably one of the best moments I've seen in any of these films. It starts with everyone singing about how returning home from war with all the glory is going to be great, and then boom, they all get a huge fucking reaction.
Yeah, I too watched Lindsay Ellis's video about Mulan.
Reality check, and you just see the complete and total destruction. This isn't fun, it's not glory, this is literally a matter of life and death. Suddenly, war doesn't seem all that fun, does it? Not like it seemed during the training montage or the song about girls, and the way it so suddenly jumps from happy singing fun time to death and destruction is such a massive, unexpected gut punch that it hits the viewer just as hard as everyone else. And honestly, Shan Yu might be my favorite Disney villain. For real, he's awesome. He is so menacing, so calculated, so deliciously evil that he's one of those villains where I can't wait to see him get beat to shit.
Lily would like the racist caricature.
That's what I love about these pure evil villains, is that you just keep building them up for the fight, and I love that shit. That makes my monkey brain go... Remember when villains were villains and not just bad boy wank fodder for weird creepy...
Why is she always complaining about things being dark and then she brings up Invader Zim? Jonan Vasquez would like squeeze the blood out of your body to use as like his coffee creamer. Lily, you fucking pussy.
Jackasses? God, I'm so fucking old. I really enjoyed this movie, and it was a lot better than I remember it being. It's just missing gay princesses.
That will suffice.
This is another movie.
We've got a trans princess instead. But anyway, yeah, she didn't even talk about Scar, actually. So we also didn't talk about, again, the main themes of Mulan, like the gender politics, trying to be who you are. We didn't talk about family. We didn't talk about anything related to, we didn't actually talk about Mulan. The villain is offensive towards Mongolians. Why didn't she mention that? Because she's racist against Asian people. That's why.
I was surprised to like as much as I did. I'd always heard people talk shit about Tarzan like it was some kind of lesser Disney movie, but after seeing how well Mulan held up and how poorly Beauty and the Beast held up, I'm more open to being surprised. Honestly, it's the characters that get to me. Tarzan himself is one of those I have issues in my life, but I choose not to let them consume me characters that I wish we got more of these days. That ability to control your impulses ultimately makes it more impactful when he does have a moment where things become too much for him to bear. I wish more...
Yeah, but like Tarzan also had a loving family and a loving community.
Disney protagonists would work that way. Tarzan goes through this really interesting arc about nature versus nurture, where he goes back and forth between being with other humans and staying with his family. And at first it seems like he's gonna leave and go to London, but after a confrontation with the poachers, realizes that he's been home the whole time. Weirdly enough, though, all that falls apart with Jane, who basically abandons her entire life to stay with Tarzan. And, I mean, Jane's a respected scientist, and it's weird, okay? I think Tarzan and Jane are super...
Thanks for the subscription, Dre. So the whole point of Jane staying behind is that for her entire life, she dreamed about going to the rainforest and like living with gorillas and studying things. What she does, she lives with the things that she always wanted to be a part of, instead of like living in this hoity-toity British society. Where she didn't really get to do it and be what she wanted to. Also she's in love with Tarzan, but she always like she loved being in the jungle. She loved it. It's not girl boss of Jane.
Cute, honestly. Like, I love them as a couple. But this is a massive oversight for the writers, and they deserve at least 5 hits with a stick. A really thin, whippy kind of stick. Maybe if Tarzan was a girl, it'd make more sense, because who the fuck wants to be gay in Victorian England? Fuck, I'd move to the jungle in a heartbeat if that were the case. God, I'm not even done talking about the film, and I'm already on the gay princesses.
All right, I'm just gonna hit play.
Think about this movie feels like Pocahontas, but not shit. Especially since Tarzan is a fictional tale already and not actual revisionist history. The British moving in on an already inhabited place, the language barriers, Tarzan learns English very quickly for some reason, and hey, Jane even learns to speak gorilla, that's cool. The story stakes are a lot more grounded when you're not being thrown out of the story by the sheer audacity of Disney's caucasity. At first I thought Sabor should have been
Your caucasity is really throwing me for a loop, Lily.
saved for the final act rather than the second act like she is in the film, but on reflection I think it's a really good story element. Sabor ends up being the way in which Tarzan earns Kerchak's approval and becomes a respected member of the group, which is then what makes it so hard for Tarzan to choose between staying in the jungle or leaving with Jane. It also provides the necessary weight for when Kerchak loses his newfound respect for Tarzan after he leads the humans to the gorillas, and then gets it back when Tarzan comes back to save them from the poachers. Had Tarzan not finally gotten what he wanted from the start of the film to begin with, a lot of this would carry less personal weight for Tarzan and by extension the audience. God, this movie's so fucking good. Also, and I know this is weird to fixate on, but Jane is fucking adorable. She's one of the most delightfully cute characters I've seen that wasn't a critter. I think it's the facial animation, especially when her hair is down, but it's just so much fun to see her react to everything. It makes her scientific curiosity even more endearing than it already was, but that might just be because I'm a huge lesbian. Also, I
Sai, can I ask you a question? Do most gay women actually talk like this? Like, my mom's gay and has been out and she's very gay. And I've heard her thirst about women before. My mom's usually like, she's pretty. I like her. You know what I mean? She's never like, I'm a huge lesbian. Like, I've never heard her say that. Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't say I'm a huge lesbian every day. Yeah, I've not. She talks about lesbians like she's appropriating it, lol. Yeah. Yeah, she does. And it's like, again, I usually don't make these it just seems it feels more like being a lesbian is her fetish more than it is who she is. And are we allowed to say she's appropriating? I mean, a fun fact, Tarzan 100% drank from the gorilla titty. Why would you make me read that? I'm a lesbian and I would run into traffic before I talked like this. Yeah. I'm gonna play Fortnite, maybe I won't be so mad. It feels yucky to me. Guys, stop with the weird Tarzan posting. Oh. Okay.
I love Tarzan's mother. She's Val and deserves hugs. And that scene where Tarzan says that no matter where he goes, she will always be his mother. Just... oh, it gets me right in my dumb found family loving heart. Found family is the best trope. It's
That's not found family. That's not what found family means. She is literally Tarzan's mother, like she adopted him. Found family would imply that as adults they came together and created a bond.
Tarzan is great because of it. I'm gushing. Anyway, it just needs gay princesses and it'll be perfect. Alright, who's done this? Who's responsible for this? Because I want to give him a big old hand job. The Emperor's New Groove is so retroactive. Refreshing. It was popular when it was released, but it's one of those 2000s productions that really stands out today as we all crawl out of the ditch of tropey fanfiction that the last decade swiftly became. It's a buddy comedy.
Lily, the only reason that you get upset about fanfiction is because it's all you read. Try reading a book. Fucking
/ road / revenge movie that's all about two things: fun characters and hijinks. That's it. One character wants to not be a llama, one wants him dead, and hilarity ensues. The whole film is packed with some of the most hilarious writing in any film fucking ever.
I mean, that's not what it's about. You're not going to talk about how Kuzco learns to be more empathetic.
And it's just a fun romp from start to finish. I can't imagine anyone not liking this movie unless you're either a joyless asshole who gets mad when things are funny or a bread tuber who can't get past Emperor Kuzco without busting a blood vessel. But when it comes to analysis, I'm a filthy casual, so if you give me enough silly jokes and soft moments, I'll overlook anything. Hell, I'll smooch a Sith if there's enough cheesy adorableness attached to it. Speaking of smooching a Sith, that's all the Emperor's New Groove is missing to be perfect. Gay.
Star Wars OC mentioned. Stop. Stop, Lily, with your fucking cringy, gay, fetishy characters and your fucking stop. Just stop.
Princesses.
I love this
movie. You got the
movie.
princess part, didn't he? Atlantis is literally just a straight line Tetris block of adventure. Let's go find the lost city of Atlantis. We'll be famous. Oh hey, there's people still living here. Guess we're gonna raid like old-fashioned colonialism. Visually, the film is impressive, and the idea of a civilization of immortal people losing their culture.
Also, I find it really funny that, like, Atlantis very much copied the homework of Stargate, like the movie. Milo is just Daniel Jackson. And, like, it's like the same plot. Anyway.
Over the generations and needing help in jolting their way of life back to life is interesting in a contextless vacuum, but it comes down to the problem of who is doing the enlightening. You know what? Let's be honest. You don't care. I don't care. This film gets by with most people on the visuals, and the themes of the film and how they work is all just so much background noise, and honestly,
Lily. Okay, Lily, your job as a film critic is to pay attention to the themes and talk about them. Stop dismissing them as background noise and actually fucking, like, do your fucking job.
honestly, Atlantis isn't even worth the effort. This is all shit I've said before, and if you were paying attention then, you noticed it here, and if you weren't paying attention then, you're not going to pay attention the 5th time around. Gay princesses.
I am paying attention, and what I've noticed is that you never actually talk about the movies. We have spent 50 minutes of you just not talking about any of the movies you're supposedly reviewing.
Next. This movie's weird.
Okay, she's gonna have a bee in her bonnet about this one because it's about a complicated relationship between sisters, so I'm very interested to see this.
Good weird, but weird. I'll level with you, I went into Lilo and Stitch expecting to hate it, not because it's a bad movie, but because it's packed to the gills with all the trappings of storytelling that the new 10s have ground into the dirt, to the point that I and many others hate them on principle these days. But thankfully all the alien shit in this movie is very unobtrusive. It goes along with the main central theme of the story and complements it rather than getting in the way. Both Lilo and Stitch are hounded at all times by their respective governments trying to take them away, as they so desperately try to make the best of a bad situation. If you're someone who feels the stuff with the aliens gets in the way of Lilo's relationship with her sister, I implore you to take another look because they run the same track at all times. I find where this movie truly splits people is on whether or not Lilo should have been taken away by social services or kept with Nani. But that's a false dilemma because those are not the only options available. I'm strongly of the opinion that Nani is not fit to parent Lilo and she desperately needs help. A sentiment the film goes along with, as the moment Nani has a few extra pair of hands around the house, everything goes much better. What bothers me is the fact that this doesn't seem to occur to anyone around her, especially Cobra himself. Like, bitch, you're a social worker. It is literally your fucking job to notice this shit and provide the resources.
Yeah. Yes, Lily. That's that's the fucking problem, Lily. No, I'm not okay.
You can't sit there and tell me your only job is putting kids into foster care. That is such a massive waste of effort, value, money. I find where this
okay.
To take another look because they run the same track at all times. I
want you to look at the background here. Nani is in a lot of trouble. She is a mess. This is insane. There's like rotten, like if a social worker walked into this house, Lilo would not be there after the visit. And that's not Nani's fault. The system and like her situation failed her, but Lilo is a very unique little girl. And she probably would not survive the foster system. So it's a very tenuous situation. And there doesn't seem to be a right answer. And then one just lands right in front of them. And she gets the extra help that they needed, because these two girls need a break.
Where this movie truly splits people is on whether or not Lilo should have been taken away by social services or
I don't think that was ever a big discussion in the space of this of the people who watched this.
Kept with Nani. But that's a false dilemma because those are not the only options available. I'm strongly of the opinion that Nani is not fit to parent Lilo and she desperately needs help. A sentiment the film goes along with, as the moment Nani has a few extra pair of hands around the house, everything goes much better. What bothers me is the fact that this doesn't seem to occur to anyone around her, especially Cobra himself. Like, bitch, you're a social worker.
Like, do you know how expensive it would be like that like any help that Nani could get, like somebody has to pay them, and Nani can't afford that. And the United States, like even as a social worker, he would not be able to allocate those resources to them like that. Because he has like a chain of command he has to answer to. You understand? Like he would have to apply and was like, well, like it's just like this young woman living with her sister. Wouldn't it be better if she was moved into a family? And then there's like the axes of yes, Agent Bubbles is trying his best to keep her with Nani the whole time, but like it goes really badly. He doesn't have a choice. Like it looks really bad. Um, and like there's this aspect of race and like the fact that it's that they're two indigenous girls. Like there's so many factors going on why why getting resources for Nani is so hard.
It is literally your fucking job to notice this shit and provide the resources. You can't sit there and tell me your only job is putting kids
Lilo being on the spectrum is definitely like a pretty good take, I think.
into foster care. That is such a massive waste of effort, value, money, space, and time, especially when the root cause of the problem is obvious. Cobra could solve a lot of problems if he offered to look after Lilo once or twice while not.
Cobra can't look, that's not how social workers work. Cobra can't look after Lilo once or twice a week because he has another job. That's not what social workers do.
Nani gets all of her ducks in a
Like, can you imagine if a social worker did that for every client that needed them to? Like, he would be doing that for free. Like,
row. Nani probably would have had a job within an hour if she didn't have to constantly keep an eye on Lilo and Stitch throughout her interviews. Between Cobra and David, most of these problems could have easily been solved. Hell, by the end, Cobra even blames Nani for shit that couldn't possibly be her fucking fault. The way the film uses social services as a cudgel to advance the story really only highlights just how little Nani actually needs to get everything secure for both herself and Lilo, and yet she
have you ever dealt, like, okay, like, clearly Lily has a B up her ass about social services. I wonder why. I thought social workers aren't legally able to form parental bonds with the people they help. Yep.
is consistently left hanging out to dry by everybody. This is something that really throws me out of the movie because the solution in every single instance is so fucking easy and yet it never occurs to anyone. Hell, when Nani goes to take the interview in the third act, David just runs down with her when any sensible person would say, "I'll watch Lilo for you while you're gone," and Lilo is left to her own devices, and as a result, Cobra literally doesn't believe her when she says aliens are attacking. The more
But none of these, the issue is structural. It's not just one afternoon Nani ran down to get a job. It's like there's a consistent pattern that's been building up since their parents died, and Nani can't keep up. It's everywhere in the movie. But she does get a break. That's the good ending, is that Lilo and Nani get a break. That's the whole point.
I think about this, the angrier I get. This isn't really an objective view of the movie because, like,
David is not even Nani's boyfriend in the movie, yeah.
child welfare is a very
Nani and Cobra are just small microcosms of a large problem. Yep.
touchy subject for me, so I'm just gonna set this aside and stop before I start screaming. Fair is a very the angrier I get. Really doesn't believe her when she says aliens are attacking. The more I think about this, the angrier I get. This isn't really an objective view of the movie because, like, child welfare is a very touchy subject for me, so I'm just gonna set this aside and stop before I start screaming at someone. Gay princess is next.
Trauma dumping there at the end a little bit. Okay. Lily. This is my favorite movie ever. Okay? I need you to understand that, chat. This is my favorite movie. Treasure Planet, favorite movie ever, 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 ever. So you be careful because I am ready to explode. I'm about to drive to Lily's house after this one. I mean, listen, I do live a bus drive away. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I would never. I'm also a little wussy. I'm a little weenie man. I'm a little baby. I don't like confrontation in real life. I kind of like roll over like a sad sack of potatoes, but I will get very upset and perhaps writes a very strongly worded comment.
Holy shit, why is this movie so good? It's for real, I'll
Okay,
get to the story
okay.
in a minute, haha. But just
Rare Lily Orchard W.
give me a second to gush about something I don't really get to gush about, and that's the animation and art design. This is the most visually creative movie in the fucking universe. Treasure Planet screams
I wouldn't say that.
impractical but awesome. Hey, we're gonna do Treasure Island in space. Did we change the naval ships to spaceships? No. Rocket-powered frigates with sails being solar panels. The spaceport? It's shaped like a fucking crescent moon. The flintlock pistols shoot lasers. There's still swords and shit. The spaceship, which moves on a 360-degree sphere, is controlled by an old-timey wheel, and everyone's tied down.
Oh, she likes it because it reminds her of like WoW and stuff. Well, that's boring.
In emergencies with rope so it's possible for someone to fall overboard right into a black hole. No, I don't care if they can't breathe in space, Carl. Shut up, it's awesome. The pirates aren't Han Solo types. No, they're literally fucking pirates. Peg legs? No. Cyborg limbs that look like peg legs. It's like someone gave a 3-year-old an old
Kicking you.
pirate movie in Star Wars and then gave them a stack of crayons. Everything screams, fuck your practicality, I want my space pirate movie. And I'm so happy about that. I live for animated movies that just have so much animation. So you can spend hours meticulously detailing the face or body language of a character, but it'll ultimately pale in comparison to the kind of fuck you imagination in movies like Treasure Planet. And that imagination is shared with the writing. This is one of the best casts of characters I've ever seen. There's only one character who I could say is cliched, and that's Jim. He's basically every mopey teenage heartthrob.
Ah! I need to stand up. I need to take a little walk around my room. I need to do a tism pace. Oh, I'm here, Moth.
That was making the rounds in the early 2000s. The kind that would be played by Leonardo DiCaprio in the 90s, or Hayden Christensen in 2002, or Tom Holland today. Same mannerisms, same story arc, same broody attitude. I mean, he's not a bad character. I love Anakin in Attack of the Clones. I thought his
Are you comparing Jim to Anakin? Treasure Planet, trans to my gender. I did touch the poop. I've been touching the poop. I touched the poop.
The mopey bullshit was fun to watch unfold. I'm just saying that among the rest of the characters, he stands out in being
Look how cute he is. Like, look at his little face.
just okay. The best character is a tie between Mr. Silver and Captain Amelia. Silver for being that kind of genuinely complex character that straddles a line between hero and villain. There's always a plan for Mutiny to get Flint's treasure, and incidentally, the film makes no attempt to hide Silver's involvement.
But you don't like complicated villains, Lily. Jim is like Anakin, is like Kylo Ren, is like Hunter, is like Astarion, is like every other white man she hates even when they are very different.
Since Jim notices that he's a cyborg like Bones said was after him, but has to keep reining the others in when they consistently murder and sabotage the rest of the crew. Silver even threatens to kill Scroop for killing Mr. Arrow because it was a risky and dangerous stunt. You can see right from the start that Silver is genuinely conflicted between his affection for Jim and a treasure he spent a lifetime searching for, and also all his cybernetics are wickedly creative, and once again an example of just how visually imaginative this film is. Then there's Captain Amelia, who, short version, is if Janeway was also a cat. The dynamic between her and Mr. Arrow is fucking great, but all of her
Janeway? I wouldn't compare her to Janeway. Janeway's a bit more calm.
dialogue is pure fucking gold.
And Doctor, again, with the greatest possible respect, zip your howling screamer.
The authoritative and honestly just fucking amazing dialogue is only magnified by her expressiveness. This is probably one of the best animated characters in all of Disney's canon, and another example of how detail and fluidity pales in comparison to good art direction. It's just a shame they had to shove her into a forced hetero relationship with fucking Dr. Doppler at the end of the film.
It was not forced. They had like a really cool like what's it called? Banter since they met each other. And a lot of stuff in common, like they like poetry and they're both really intelligent. Like
much better chemistry with her rock husband before he got black holed. Good fucking god, some habits are hard to break, aren't they, Disney? If it were up to me, Amelia would have married Jim's mother, because if you're gonna have a romance be forced out of the blue like that, it might as well be something healthy and wholesome. Wouldn't want the children thinking heterosexuality is okay. Stop forcing a straight agenda in everything, Disney. Don't get me wrong, I like Dilbert. He's a fun character and a welcome addition to the cast, but he's not good enough for this to be a thing. Honestly, Amelia getting incapacitated like she does in the third act is just kind of bullshit. As much as I like Jim's robot buddy, I would gladly replace him with Amelia as the one scouting and solving.
This happens in the original book, Lily. This is based on the book. You realize that Amelia is a gender bent version of the male captain, and they did that so that there was more female characters, because in Treasure Island there is not a single female character.
Puzzles with Jim once they make it to Treasure Planet. Let Dilbert get wounded. I just love characters like her. They're some of my favorite to write and read about. Interestingly enough, despite the story literally spanning galaxies, it's not really an exploration story. The world building is bare bones at best, which is good because you only know about as much of the galaxy as you need to. It's ultimately, well, what Dilbert said it would be, a few character building months in space. Flint's treasure, and admittedly Flint himself, are just an excuse for all these characters to go through their respective arcs within the same place. That's the kind of world building that makes a good story, only as much as you need. I'm sure there's no shortage of people who want to know why everyone can breathe in space, or how the hyperdrives work, or how everything was built, or how the ships are designed to run, but the movie just gives all that a shrug and goes, it doesn't matter, it's not important to the story, it's the good fucking food. Treasure Planet, like Mulan and Tarzan, is a strong contender for best Disney film ever made, and it would have absolutely clinched it if instead of giving us a forced hetero romance out of nowhere, the directors opted for gay princesses. Sorry, gay captains.
Is the everything needs to be lesbians thing a fetish? I would safely say at this point, yes. Yeah, the lesbian thing is definitely a fetish for Lily at this point. And yeah, she is behaving like it's a fetish, and yeah. Would love if see. She says it's one of the best Disney movies ever made, and I don't know about best, but it's definitely my favorite. I know I'm biased. However, she doesn't talk about the movie. She's like, I like this cat lady because she's hot. Yeah. Also, of course, she hates Jim. There's no talk about the relationship with his father and how he was learning to trust people again and how he learned to open up. How that trust was broken, but how he had grown enough not to completely see when Silver betrays him. Jim could have so easily taken that map and run. And maybe if it had been months ago at the beginning of the story, that's what he would have done. He would have abandoned Doppler and Amelia and like gotten the treasure and gotten out of there. But yeah. All right. I'm okay. Okay.
Brother Bear is a story about a man who gets turned into an animal in order to learn a lesson about maturity. Wait, didn't we just do this? I could have sworn we just did this. Okay, so Brother Bear is better than Pocahontas, and honestly, that is about as much as I can say about it. A lot of the film stood out to me on watching it, but the only thing that really stayed with me was that it was better than Pocahontas, and somehow, I don't really know why, that sums up the entire movie better than anything else I could think of to write. It's weird, I know.
It's because Lily is not very good at reflection and self-improvement. So of course she's not going to, like, Lily, do your job. Lily, do your fucking job.
Okay, so Chicken Little, shit, I forgot to say Gay Princesses for Brother Bear. Chicken Little is a movie I remember kinda liking, but wasn't expected to go back and enjoy as much as I did. I have something of a distrust of nostalgia, and the things I liked as a kid are 50-50 on whether or not they hold up upon a more discerning viewing. But Chicken Little is one of those movies that did hold up.
Little? Hold on a second, I need to check something. His Lily's the same age as I am. 2005. So, like, Lily, you were... Ugh. Let me see. You weren't little, you were, like, 15. Lily, come on. Lily, you were not a little kid when this came out. You were 15 years old. Okay, no, not 15. 18 in 2010. So, okay, 13. I still wouldn't say that's a little kid.
It's one of the most delightful movies I've seen in a long time. There's so much wit on display in the humor and the characters, and it all gets kind of thrown at you rapid fire like an extended Family Guy cutaway. You know what? Family Guy cutaways
Family Guy mentioned.
They're basically just Tumblr shitposts, and shitpost perfectly describes this damn film. If you watch it for anything, watch it for Fish and Runt. These two are some of the funniest goddamn characters I've ever seen, especially Runt with his affinity for music. That is just probably one of the best methods of getting popular music into a film I've ever seen, and I love it for that. Good mention goes to the relationship between Chicken Little and his father, namely due to the fact that his father actually apologizes to him for his negligence and lack of emotional support when he's confronted on it. I know it seems like kind of small potatoes, but in a time where a lot of shows aimed at children are kind of just not bothering with this in regards to incredibly worse behavior. It's so nice to see this handled well. Buck doesn't mean to hurt his son, that much is clear. That apology at the climax of the film really sells just how much he hadn't realized he was alienating his son, and the sincerity with which he made amends for that. Compare and contrast to the last episode of Tangled, the series' first season, where Rapunzel's father locks her away in a tower, oops, and then her mother tries to gaslight her by telling her how his actions come from a place of love. Basically, I mean well, therefore it's okay. Seeing a father be taken to task for his shitty behavior toward his kid and actually apologize and make amends for it.
Are we forgetting the fact that Rapunzel was kidnapped by a woman when she was a newborn and he didn't see her for... Oh my god. Maybe violence is the answer.
Without a single backhanded remark or excuse? God, the child in me just squealed in delight. When I was a kid, that's all I ever wanted to hear from either of my parents, and seeing it happen in a movie is just, the good fucking food. This movie was criticized for how mean-spirited it is, but after the diamonds turned out to be a metaphor for a dysfunctional
Oh, hey, ants. Welcome to my stream. I'm going crazy. Okay.
family. It's nice to see a film understand what a dysfunctional family actually is. I mean, it's so good I'm not even that bothered by the lack of gay princesses.
Boy,
The Princess and the
go.
Frog isn't great material for a Disney film to begin with, but Disney made waves with the announcement that Tiana would be the first black Disney princess. Cool, that's like the first interesting thing to hear about this film. But then Disney decided to set the film in 1920s southern United States. Wow, I thought upon first hearing that. A Disney film set in the Jim Crow era and taking a classic fairy tale along with it? Damn, I'm actually impressed. It's gonna be interesting watching Disney navigate the absolute horrors of the Jim Crow era with The Princess and the Frog while managing to keep everything kid-friendly. I get that the fairy tale is only about 2 pages long, so stretching it into a 90-minute movie is difficult unless your name is Peter Jackson, but dear
She did not come for Lord of the Rings like that. Okay. All right. Okay, Lily, you're handling this about as delicately as a bull in a china shop.
Lord, they didn't need to complicate it this badly. The story's an absolute mess of deadlines, technicalities, and loopholes that's so easy to lose track of. At the end, both Tiana and Naveen dispel their curse on a technicality, because once Tiana married Naveen, she was technically a princess, and so Naveen kissed a princess, and that's why they're human again. Also, weird question, and I probably should have led with this, why is this film set in the Jim Crow South, and yet for some reason doesn't remark on it at all? The movie goes so far out of its way to portray the wealthy white family as nice and well-intentioned, but that opens up even more issues in the story. Like, if this wealthy sugar baron is willing to haul ass out to the other side of the city because he likes your cooking that much, and your family...
But they do reference the race problem. The real estate agents are racist to her, and Tiana is too proud to just take money from somebody like that. She wants to earn it on her own merits. Mothra, are you still here? The movie does talk about the racism, oh my god. Yeah, they do talk about the racism. Just because nobody drops the N-word doesn't mean they're not talking about the racism. Oh my god.
Has been on such good...
And like, that's the reason... Why didn't Turning Red mention 9/11 energy here? Also, like, Turning Red was set in Canada. We didn't really care about 9/11, honestly. Gonna rip out my hair.
terms with each other for so long and is described to be very generous with his wealth, why don't you just get a small business loan from him? Even Naveen sees that idea as giving...
Oh, uh-oh.
You know, my life has been pretty.
No. Hold on.
The Princess and the Frog is still everything kid-friendly. As your name is mess of deadlines, tech realizes that she'll make enough.
Okay. Also, one wealthy benefactor does not, like, cannot. They handled Charlotte and her dad so well, and yeah, they knew Tiana's family isn't going to accept handouts. There's microaggressions and blatant racism she deals with. Also, like, one wealthy white man cannot fix racism. Depends on how wealthy. Yeah, then there wouldn't be a movie if it was solved in 20 minutes, exactly. Doug Dimmadome could pay for it. Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Okay.
From the catering job to actually get her restaurant.
This should cover it just fine, Lottie. This is it. I'm getting my restaurant.
Naveen does the same thing when he starts to actually care about her. Tiana's restaurant is
okay. She didn't do it in here, but in her movie, in her video about. Okay, Mothra, I'm gonna need your words of wisdom.
This should cover it just fine, Lottie. This is it. I'm getting my...
So, in her video about The Princess and the Frog, she kept returning to these frames. Mothra, I'm asking your question, your opinion here as my token black friend. No, I'm kidding. Seriously, anybody in the audience that kind of like I kind of like thought that like she kept on going back to this like these frames and saying it was really cute. But like with Tiana clutching money to her chest. Is that racist? Because that kind of feels a little racist to me. Mothra, can you weigh in, please? You're very like you seem to know what's up about this kind of thing, but it felt racist to me. I'd love to get your thoughts on that one. Yeah, it's cute, the white savior giving her money and like I don't know, it just ugh. Yeah, it just made me feel yucky. I don't know if I can call it racist, but I don't think it's coming from the right place. Yeah. Yeah. She's very fetishy. She fetishizes black women a lot, Mothra, which is why I mention it. So
getting my restaurant.
Naveen does the same thing when he starts to actually care about her. Tiana's restaurant is important to her, and as such it's important to him because, spoiler alert, that's what love is. Tiana is discouraged and roadblocked to her dream by everyone telling her that love is more important. But the people who actually love her are also the only characters who don't do that, because loving someone doesn't mean asking them to completely abandon what would make them happy just for your sake. Wow, that got personal. Tiana is told to give up on her dream based on the idea of a spouse.
Wait, what? What are you implying?
More important. But the people who actually love her are also the only characters who don't do that, because loving someone doesn't mean asking them to completely abandon what would make them happy just for your sake. Wow, that got personal.
Does anybody... What? What is this about, Lily? Like, what do you mean? How about talking about how they're frogs throughout the movie, which is a known problem? Yeah. Disney has like a notorious problem about making all their black people and people of color. Yeah. This might be Lizzie slander. Okay. Okay. Understandable. We're not going to go into that, but Lily was awful to Lizzie.
Tiana's told to give up on her dream based on the idea of a spouse and children, not on any that presently exist.
Nope, that is not what's going on. What's going on is that Tiana focuses everything on work and getting what she wants related to her career, but there's more to life than working. There's more to life than working. That's the whole point.
In order for Tiana's workaholism to actually be something she needs to unlearn, it would either need to be severely damaging to her health, which it isn't.
It is damaging to her health. Did you
see her not getting enough sleep once? And
okay, Lily. So when we see yeah, you could tell it's a pattern the way her alarm rings as soon as she lays down. Yes. That's not to be like, oh, like when you see something being established at the start of a movie, like it would be a waste of time to show that happen more than once. Like they're establishing that she does nothing but work because she comes back from her night job, goes out to her day job, and right after that, she goes to cater for Lottie's party or whatever. Dr. Facilier also uses her weakness as he sees it, her father, to try to get the amulet. Lily ignores what this movie is for what she thinks the movie is. Yes, she does.
she seems to be well rested anyway, or causing her to neglect a family
She's not well rested. Oh my god.
she already has, which it doesn't. Without those things, Tiana doesn't really have to learn shit. And you look at stuff like that, not just the simple themes of the film, but the fact that the overall conflict orchestrating much of it is so convoluted and packed to the gills with loopholes and misdirections and side characters that go nowhere. Is it any wonder that this film flopped? People say this film flopped because of racism, but I have yet to meet a single person who doesn't absolutely love Tiana. She's one of the most popular and well-loved characters Disney has, and Dr. Facilier is considered to be one of the best villains Disney has ever made.
How do you watch Princess of the Frog and say Tiana is well rested? Almost there literally shows it. Yeah. It is a wrong reading of the film.
There were people clamoring for this movie to be in Kingdom Hearts 3. I should know because I was one of them.
Kingdom Hearts mentioned. Yes, Moth. What? What, Moth? I'm sure you could, but like, we don't have the time to be doing that. I've already been streaming for 3.5 hours. I just want to get through the rest of it. We can talk about Princess and the Frog together, or Lily's takes on it a different day, but not right now. I just want to get through the rest of this video. Listen, Lily, about the Kingdom Hearts thing. Every world that is added to Kingdom Hearts is very meticulously chosen. Okay? And I'm sorry, but The Princess and the Frog would add nothing to Kingdom Hearts' thesis. But you don't know what Kingdom Hearts' thesis is because you didn't pay attention to it.
Film didn't flop because of racism or a bias against 2D animation. It flopped because it's an overly complicated mess with way too many moving parts and a general theme about love that seems like it was written by the most miserable heterosexual bastard to have ever crawled their way out of a creative writing.
Okay, I also want to say Black girls don't get to be the princess, like, ever. They don't get that role. They don't get to be the stars in their own stories, which is why Tiana and why this movie is so important.
Course. It's a film that embodies the imaginary version of Cinderella that people.
Kingdom Hearts does have a thesis. Kingdom Hearts is largely concerned with what makes a person, what makes a person matter, and yeah, that's basically like it's very largely is like we don't know what is real, like we can never know what is real if it's like, or existentially what our impact is, but what we do know is that we matter to the people around us, the people that we love and the people that love us, and that might seem very small, but it's everything. And that's Kingdom Hearts' main thesis. But yeah, Princess and the Frog doesn't really have anything to add in that sense. But like, Lily, you gotta understand that, like, oh my god. All right, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something spicy. I think having two Black leads in a mainstream Disney movie is just as, if not more than, revolutionary than gay princesses. Sorry, that's what I think.
Like to pretend Disney actually made a film where a woman with her own tangible dreams beyond simply wanting more is repeatedly and endlessly psychologically battered into a kind of character that would be more comfortable for the men who directed this damn movie. Tiana is
Why would you say something so controversial yet so brave? Thank you.
It's an absolutely wonderful character, and she deserved a better fucking movie than this piece of god-awful shit. A movie about Tiana's pride and the value of hard work and the uncomfortable reality that hard work ultimately isn't rewarded. A movie like this.
Nobody does anything without help, Will. People open doors for me, and I worked hard to open doors for you. It doesn't make you any less of a man to walk through them.
And maybe some gay princesses as well. And also maybe don't release it a few days before Avatar. That probably didn't help.
Lily, it's extremely weird for you to say it should have gay princesses and then present us with two white princesses and say that would be better. You get why that's bad. It's bad to say that, right? You get that?
And also maybe don't release it a few days before Avatar. That probably didn't help. This is it, my favorite goddamn Disney movie. No joke, from the moment it released in 2010, Tangled has been my favorite Disney movie in the entire collection. And that seems to be something I'm surprisingly alone on. I don't find a lot of people for whom this is their favorite Disney film. It's usually Beauty and the Beast,
I mean, it's not my favorite, but I do like Tangled.
Lion King, The Little Mermaid, or Aladdin, but I can find fault with all of those movies. I simply can't find fault with Tangled at all. Everything about it, I love. All my favorites are here. Rapunzel is my favorite Disney princess. Eugene is my favorite Disney prince. Mother Gothel is my favorite Disney villain. I've Got a Dream is my favorite Disney musical number. It's just... I love absolutely everything. Tangled is one of those movies that is nothing but sheer joyful energy from start to finish. Okay, maybe not quite in the third act when Mother Gothel shows her true colors and Eugene is dying and the healing magic isn't working. God damn it, Donald! I wasn't kidding a minute ago. Mother Gothel is my favorite Disney villain. I like that she's not a twist villain, but that she's a much sneakier villain. The audience knows her true nature, which means they can make Gothel as convincing as possible in
one thing that I really like about Tangled is that Mother Gothel did start to, in her own twisted way, did start to love Rapunzel. Look, a broken clock can be right twice a day. But I think that there's like things that you can tease out about Rapunzel that could be very interesting. Like again, like I genuinely think that Gothel still like yeah, the musical honestly the music in Tangled's kind of mid. Sorry, it's just not it's like they're good songs, I guess, but they're very middle of the road. They're not very creative or original. They're fine. Anyway, you could argue that Mother Gothel was starting to love Rapunzel in her weird twisted way. It would be so easy for Gothel to just chain her up and use her as a slave, but she didn't. Yeah. Oh yeah, she didn't touch Home on the Range. Like she didn't talk about Home on the Range at all. There's a bunch of movies she skipped. We're gonna go through that a little bit later. The movies that she skipped in this list.
order to really sell the whole emotionally abusive parenting trick. Films with these kind of villains who hide their real motivations tend to suffer from brain-dead audience syndrome, where the audience will wombify the villains into the most precious small babs and give them the Rebecca Sugar treatment, and Gothel is the kind of villain where someone could have easily gone, see? She really cared about Rapunzel.
But that's like interesting because like she did in a weird way, like in an abusive way. But Sugar's adding an expansion to Lily's head. She literally lives there rent free.
Like people do with Thanos had the movie not immediately made it clear to the audience that Gothel is a lying snake. I mean, people still try to sugarcoat Mother Gothel, but it's a lot more obvious that they're brainless and stupid. But even better than Gothel is Rapunzel. I love Rapunzel. She's my favorite Disney princess, and I've always loved protagonists who are just the sunniest children, and Rapunzel is competing with Sora for the title of sunniest child in all of Disney, even though she's not a child. Rapunzel has a Cinderella quality to her.
Rapunzel well, I guess she's 18.
Where much of the investment in the story is simply wanting her to have the things that make her happy. It's a very simple desire that plays on a person's empathy. It's generally a very fun, simple movie, and coming off the aggressively complicated Princess and the Frog, it's nice to have a movie that is straightforward and simple. That's why I love it so much. It's just so fun and so good to have around that rewatching it always makes me happy, even if it doesn't have gay princesses.
All right. We got 20 minutes left, guys. Rebecca in there with that galvanized square steel and eco-friendly wood veneer. Yeah, these videos would really confuse people that didn't know about Steven Universe. I suspect that Lily doesn't understand Rapunzel. Yeah, considering, again, we have been watching Lily for an hour and she has not talked about the themes of any of the movies she's covered. At all. Hasn't talked about the plot. Hasn't talked about, like, the themes or the characterization. Nothing. Everything's so
okay,
surface
Wreck-It Ralph
level.
is probably one of the more glaring omissions in this project because a lot of people really liked it, but I got exactly 13 minutes in and I just simply couldn't watch anymore.
Okay, Willie. Okay, Willie, it's time to put up your big grown-up pants. And it's time to sit down. Lily, shut the fuck up. Your job is to sit down and watch children's cartoons and make a review on them. And you can't even do that right. You won't even sit down and watch a fucking movie.
Maybe it's just secondhand awkwardness, but the moment things got to the party in the first act, I just couldn't stomach it anymore. I know for a fact that Michaela only ever saw this movie for the Sonic cameo because she made the egregious mistake of liking Sonic in her formative years. That's literally the closest thing to appeal this movie has.
Why are you mean to the things I love?
Maybe Jennifer Lee's awkward dialogue would be easier to tolerate if there was something more appealing, like gay princesses.
I'm sorry. I'm just like, I'm at that moment in the Lily Orchard video. Frozen
Apparently
time.
not. Okay, Frozen is a film I have very mixed feelings about. Every time I think of something I like about it, something wrong with it jumps right up beside it. It's got an interesting story about true love being universal, but it bungles it in a desire to mislead the audience for a shocking twist. It subverts the tropes of previous Disney films regarding love at first sight, but Tangled did it better, and Frozen's main method of delivering that idea is just to repeat it over and over and over again. It's got gay subtext, except it doesn't, and if it did, it'd be really cursed when you think about it. Oh yeah, and speaking of which, the relationship between Elsa and her sister is a really good framework for the story and the kind of thing Disney needs more of, but its execution in this film is so fucking weird. This is gonna fucking hurt. So,
Okay, who wants to bet she's going to say that they have gay vibes? I like Frozen. I really liked it when it came out. Yeah, you know what? Frozen 2 was pretty good. I did like Frozen 2 a lot. I wish that the thing that Elsa had been searching for wasn't herself. I wish that Elsa wasn't so isolated. No pun intended, but anyway. Yeah, she's gonna make weird, gross, incesty implications.
yes, Frozen has a very interesting theme about love being universal, that true love doesn't necessarily have to be romantic love, demonstrated in how the troll says that only an act of true love will thaw a frozen heart, and everyone else just assumes that to mean a kiss from a lover. But where that logic falters is that you can kiss anyone, you don't even have to think about kissing someone, and they devalue the idea of true love's kiss by rushing for it so desperately. Ultimately, Anna's salvation comes not from true love's kiss, but by actively sacrificing herself to save her sister, who she loves so much she couldn't bear to see her be hurt. What makes that so impactful is that of all the characters in the movie, Anna had wanted to get out and experience life more than anyone else, yet in spite of the burning passion to live, she didn't even hesitate to throw herself in front of a fatal sword blow in a desperate effort to shield her estranged sister.
Yeah. Yes. That's Lily, that's what a sacrifice is. It wouldn't be a sacrifice if she didn't want to live.
She didn't just put Elsa's needs.
Guys, no allegations in chat, please. Keep the allegations out of the chat.
Before herself, she threw away all the hopes and dreams she'd been nurturing for the last 13 years in a split-second decision. On top of how brave Anna is when she blocks the sword, it also shows how utterly selfless and forgiving she is. It's easy to forget this, but the audience is aware of Elsa's personal conflicts and difficulties and could fully sympathize with her. Yet by Elsa's own design, Anna had no idea what kind of person her sister is. Elsa had shut Anna out without explanation for 13 years and had seemingly abandoned her to bury and mourn their parents alone, had her locked up in the castle castle for years and then imperiled the entire kingdom. After Anna has risked wolves, exposure, and hostile terrain to find Elsa, while keeping faith that Elsa was not malicious and that the Endless Winter was a misunderstanding, Anna finally finds her, but Elsa creates an ice monster to chase Anna away and accidentally strikes her in the heart with ice, which is killing her bit by bit. Worse, Anna doesn't see the look of shock on Elsa's face after she's struck, only the guilt, so she doesn't even know that it was an accident and that Elsa didn't strike out of temper. Elsa may have had good reasons for all this, but had we seen the movie purely from Anna's perspective, we could have easily been misled into assuming that Elsa was a villain. Yet in the end, Anna's love for her sister and faith in her is even greater than all the pain she caused. Anna's willing to sacrifice herself for the sister who had seemingly ruined her life. These are all good things to explore in a story, but the problem is that none of this stuff can really be as explored as it should be. Anna and Elsa's relationship takes up a good portion of the movie, but very little is actually explored with them, and how they feel about each other don't even fucking start, because the film is keeping this charade until the big twist ending. Everything is hamstrung by this desire to subvert expectations and create a twist. If the film had been straightforward about being about familial love, this probably would have been a lot more emotionally satisfying. I'd argue that Maleficent does it better because there's less of a meta-text to the film as there is a character arc. Maleficent believes true love doesn't exist, so making true love's kiss be the only way to break Aurora's spell is an act of vengeful spite.
Sorry, I'm just Oh, did one of Lily's little Discord kittens get into the chat? Cool. Welcome. You can make your report back to Lily. The video is going to be up in VOD form, and I'm leaving it there, so you can do what you want with that. I don't give a shit.
Isn't until she ends up having to make sure Aurora makes it to her 16th birthday and she starts to get attached that she has to learn that love comes in many forms. It's ultimately the grief, anguish, and regret at having hurt someone who had become like a daughter to her. It helps that Maleficent explicitly makes the only way to break the curse be true love's kiss rather than simply an act of true love, because like I said earlier, anyone can kiss you. That's why being kissed by a total stranger won't break the curse. Being kissed by someone who loves her, regardless of what kind of love it is what breaks the curse. This is all presented as bitter cynicism from Maleficent, and for good reason, but it's ultimately a lesson this is all presented as bitter cynicism from Maleficent, and for good reason, but it's ultimately a lesson she has to learn. The theme is part of her character arc. Frozen isn't doing that. It's more concerned with hammering the theme home to the audience by playing on their expectations and then smugly looking back like, oh, you were expecting romance? Well, don't you feel silly? It sounds like you have some things to learn. And how'd that work out for you, Jennifer? Oh yeah, that's right, it didn't. Likewise with the subversion of work out for you, Jennifer? Oh yeah, that's right, it
Lily. Okay. Disney and the creators of Frozen do not care that Anna and Elsa are a popular ship to write about on Archive of Our Own. It was only a matter of time before we started talking about incest.
Didn't. Likewise with the subversion of love at first sight as a Disney trope. I don't know if Jennifer Lee actually checked before writing this film, but that was handled and tangled by having two characters fall in love after several days of mutually
This just in, you're not allowed to make a movie about similar themes if another movie's done it before.
Supporting one another, and even risking their lives for each other and not immediately getting married at the end. When Rapunzel starts to suspect Eugene has feelings.
Also, not a single Disney movie has had two people fall in love and they get married, like, at the end of the movie, right after everything happened. Like, no Disney movie, no classic Disney movie, I don't think any Disney movie has, like, resulted in, like, the princess marrying the prince days after they meet. No Disney film has ever done this. And if you think that's what they were doing, you were not paying attention. It was like 2 or 3 days entangled. No, they do not get married entangled until like a year or so after the fact. Cinderella, no. They don't get married days after the fact. Snow White, they don't get married. Cinderella, we don't know the distance of time. Sleeping Beauty, they do not get married in that movie. There is no marriage scene. Philip and Aurora just present themselves as a couple. But yeah, Snow White and Sleeping Beauty, there's no marriage scene. 101 Dalmatians. Hellraiser, you're just saying words. And Little Mermaid, that marriage is also, we don't know the amount of time between the end of the last scene and the scene where they get married. But we actually don't know the length of time between the marriages in the ones where they do. It takes 3 movies for Aladdin and Jasmine to get married, yes. But yeah. Just because a couple is together at the end of the movie. Yeah.
For her, she doesn't say something about true love. She just says,
I think he likes me.
true love is not a theme of Tangled. Ultimately doesn't have a theme beyond live your dream and then find new ones to live. It's just a story that includes 2 people genuinely falling in love with one another, and it does more to tear down the old Disney tropes of love at first sight than Frozen ever could. The 2 things that dominated the discourse for Frozen more than anything else was not the theme of familial love or the subversion of old school Disney tropes. It was the perceived gay subtext of Elsa's entire story arc, as well as dragging Jennifer Lee for having absolutely no clue how estranged siblings behave. Frozen is certainly an enjoyable movie. It's not the best thing ever made, but it is pretty up there. It'll definitely have a spot in the top 5 when this is all over, but the entire film suffers from this.
Fave princess from Disney? Cusco. No. That's kind of hard for me. Tangled is a better love story than Frozen. I just don't think it deserves the shitting on. There's no gay subtext in Frozen. That's just a headcanon. Yeah.
This overwhelming desire to be smart and clever when it really isn't as smart and clever as it likes to think it is, to the point where the phrase Anna has more romantic chemistry with her sister than she does with Hans is simultaneously a funny joke at the expense of how frail his engagement
Stop hanging out with Coomers, Lily.
to Anna is, as well as an actual legitimate criticism of the film. It's a movie that desperately needs some gay print. Actually, you know what? This is a movie that should probably be a little less gay.
She's not gonna like this one because of the Japanese influences, so.
Okay, so here's the thing. Big Hero 6 is an objectively good movie. It covers topics of grief and counseling in an interesting way and only suffers from too many characters and just some minor pacing issues. And I honestly do not care a single lick about it. I enjoyed the movie, I thought it was good, but the prospect of putting in enough effort to talk about it in a roundup is just soul-crushingly disappointing. And I feel the same way about Zootopia, a really, really good movie that I loved, and I just do not want to talk about it.
Lily just doesn't want to do her job. Then why are you mentioning them? If you don't want to review them, don't mention them. You've already skipped a bunch of Disney movies.
To build off what I said a moment ago, because I don't really want to repeat myself, the reason Disney animated films fit into two categories. You have the princess films and the off-brand films. And it's become clear to me that regardless of how well they actually do, I just enjoy the princess films more. The off-brand films try really hard to be about things and have important messages, and while I recognize the objective quality in that, subjectively, I'm still just so sick of the desperate push cartoons make to be deep and adult that despite knowing on some level that Zootopia is better than Moana, I just get more excited about Moana because it's about characters first.
Okay. Yeah. Just ignore Sabine. I don't really care. No, to be fair, I did kind of make a nasty comment because Lily kept on being really gross about lesbians earlier. I didn't call her one. I'm just saying that I don't believe in the theory, but I don't believe in autogynephilia as a theory. But Lily certainly does make an interesting, compelling case for it. I basically said that. It was a little stinky of me. I agree. I probably shouldn't have said that. But to be fair, this woman is driving me crazy. But, yeah. She deserves respect for her identity. I'm sorry, but I don't respect Lily Orchard for many, many reasons. I would never misgender her. I've never done that. I just think that she fetishizes lesbians a lot, and it grosses me out. And she fetishizes black women a lot, and that grosses me out as well. And, yeah. Mothra, where are you? Aren't you supposed to be a mod? I already talked about it. I'm not gonna talk about it again. It's a not very nice theory, to be fair. To be fair and balanced, it's not very nice, and I shouldn't have said it. But Lily's lost her privileges for me respecting her, today. I have lost all sort of, yeah. But let me see. Hide user on this channel. There we go. So no more Sabine. You're welcome to keep watching Sabine, but I'm not gonna platform your comments.
The majority of the film is centered around Moana and Maui in a vast ocean where there is nothing as far as the eye can see, and everything centers back to either the pressure put on Moana to save the world and her desire to restore her people's Voyager culture, and Maui's desperate need for validation that becomes so all-encompassing that he horribly wrong.
Yeah, you're welcome to keep watching if you want to, Sabine, but I don't really care about your opinions, so you're not going to be allowed in the comment section.
Wrongs another living being in order to get it. I find both of those stories compelling, and the adventure serves the purpose of furthering that story. Moana is so uninterested in world building that it takes place in the middle of the goddamn ocean. This whole movie feels like both the better version of both Pocahontas and Atlantis, now that I think about it. It has a lot of the same story beats and elements of both films, especially Atlantis' whole restore dying culture under.
Yeah, go to everybody go subscribe to Sai if you aren't already. She's funny.
Current, but with the culture being restored from within this time instead of whatever the fuck the writers of Atlantis were smoking. And there isn't a whole lot to say about it in the structure of the roundup because it is a deceptively simple film. You can cover most of what it's about in just a few sentences.
She did skip Zootopia.
And as such, it's a very approachable film. This isn't like Frozen, which is a rather densely packed film and as such requires more time to cover everything. Moana has 2 running stories and it handles those stories in a straightforward manner. It's damn good.
Are you gonna talk about the stories?
Just needs gay princesses.
Are you going to talk about the stories, Lily? No? Okay.
You know, my biggest issue with Frozen 2 isn't the story or the writing for once, it's actually with the art direction. I know, crazy, but hear me out. So the film makes use of models from the first movie, save for a few updates in certain cases and some more powerful rendering technology, but for the most part the characters are all the same. Even the new characters fit in a shot with them aesthetically, though you can see some noticeable differences between them in terms of aesthetic design. But the environments are all in this pseudo-realistic, highly textured style which clashes really badly with the cartoonish aesthetics of the characters.
I didn't get that. I liked the aesthetics of this movie. Yeah.
It makes the entire film look like the Pirates
Kingdom Hearts mentioned.
of the Caribbean world in Kingdom Hearts 2, where you've got this realistic, grimy texturing to the environments, but then Sora, Donald, Goofy, and Pete are all their usual selves, and that sticks out like the sorest thumb. This isn't the case in every shot. I mean, the shots in the autumn forest tend to blend really well considering all the colors on display. It's when they're in any environment that is green, brown, or gray, or darkly lit in any fashion that everything sticks out the most. And it actually took me a while to notice this. When the first teaser trailer dropped, the first shot is in this dark, gray, moody lighting on a shoreline, and I'm like, okay, what's this? And then you get a close-up on Elsa's face, and it's like, what the fuck? This is a Frozen movie? It looks nothing like Frozen. Actually, you know what? I lied. That's not my biggest issue with the film. The biggest issue I have with the film is the fact that they clearly had no genuine ideas going into this film beyond make another one of the things that made $1 billion. And
Frozen 2 is better than the first. Yeah, I don't know. I liked the art direction of this movie. She loved Utopia but didn't want to talk about it. Yeah. Don't want to hear it from someone like Lily who hasn't have a single understanding of art and animation. The animation was not one of the problems. Yeah, yeah. I think it looks weird because we're not expecting like I think it looks weird because we associate Frozen with like snow and stuff. Yeah.
you know what that means? What do we do when we're creatively bankrupt? World build! It's hilarious because watching the film you can see the inklings of an interesting story with the whole issue with the dam and the way the indigenous people out in the forest were attacked unprovoked by white invaders, continuing Frozen's trend of having twists with only two possible reactions. What? A simple
Okay, so we're going to talk about whiteness for a second. And how... I don't know if I want to get into this right now. But let's just say that the indigenous characters in this movie can be white and indigenous at the same time. So, yeah.
straightforward story, but nonetheless a good one. It serves as a good way to explore the whole 4 new characters we have, and the one who looks actually interesting to explore, especially since there's a conflict between the Northuldra people and the Arendelle guards who've been stuck in the forest with them. So, does Frozen 2 do that?
No.
Most of the characters sit by the wayside twiddling their thumbs while Elsa discovers the secret of her powers, something that apparently the writers felt the need to focus on, and that takes us on a guiding tour of Nordic mythology. You know Nordic mythology, it's all about places. Once Elsa's mother mentioned Atahallen, I knew exactly where this was going, and I was right. The entire plot focuses on Elsa getting to Atahallen alone for some reason, and seeing the ice holograms that make up her own history. I mean, we could have just spoken to the Northuldra people about what happened, learn that the unprovoked attack from them was actually self-defense because Arendelle attacked unprovoked, had the main characters brush up against their biases and deal with that, but instead, let's have Elsa run to her death into an iceberg, learn the truth about Arendelle from some hallucinations, and then have Anna learn the truth by medium of instant snowman. And I know what you're gonna say, if we didn't have Atahallen, we wouldn't learn about the reason behind Elsa's powers. I'm just gonna say it, would that have been a bad thing? Elsa's powers didn't need an explanation to make the first movie good. I can't see why they would need one here. I know the explanation behind magic and the detailing of magic systems is something hardcore fans like to focus on, but do most people honestly give a shit? I know people
I give a shit. It's subjective, Lily.
who make clickbait theory videos about the
dark secret behind Frosty the Snowman's corn cob pipe
will probably care.
See, but the thing about that is that those people are engaging with the text of these movies more than you do, Lily. So they are just better at your job than you are.
A lot, but should an entire movie really have its story centered around trying to please those jackasses? The end result is that the things that matter get left by the wayside. The actually important themes are an afterthought concluded in the last 10 minutes. None of the characters get to do or act like more than watered down versions of themselves because all the focus is on the world. And all these problems lend themselves into the clashing art direction, where the movie's trying to force Frozen to be something it's not. You remember how in the lead up to Frozen 2, one of the biggest things people wanted was to give Elsa a girlfriend? I think that makes my point the best. What people wanted from this movie was more character-focused thing. We wanted Elsa to grow and continue that growth from the first film.
She did, though. That's exactly what happened, is that we got to watch. So Elsa knows deep down in her little heart that there's something out there and that she doesn't want to be the queen of Arendelle. That there's this call to adventure. But she feels very safe in that she feels very safe in that like she has the people she loves around her, and like this whole the conflict of is like, I feel the call to go find more, but I don't want to give up what I already have. And you know, like the part of her conflict is like moving away from that. And then she finds that her people did something really shitty. That the kingdom did something really shitty to these people. And it would be so easy to just keep on doing the safe thing and go back to Arendelle and yada yada yada. But the right thing to do is to let everything change. Good night, Sparrow. Yeah. Yeah, she is actually talking about the themes of the movie.
Just wanted good things for Elsa, and really, who wouldn't?
Sort of,
and it's
not
telling
really.
that Jennifer Lee opted not to do that on the basis that she didn't think Elsa was ready for that.
Do you ever notice that every time there's like a female lead behind the scenes, that Lily like hyper focuses on her and then like blames her for everything? She does this with Rebecca Sugar and Dana Terrace and like a bunch of other like female creators. Do you ever notice how she does that? How like she's really misogynistic towards female creators?
That. And you're right, she would have been ready by the end of the first film, but it's been 3 years and there's an entire other film of growth left to go. People act like this film was gay baiting Elsa and Honeymare, and while gay baiting is a serious issue we need to take more seriously,
that's not gay baiting because they got together at the end of this. What are you talking about? They're actually gay for each other.
This ain't it. Elsa and Honeymare talk precisely once, and while they're passionate about what they're talking about, it's not really romantic, so to speak, and the two never spend any time together after that. If this is gay baiting, then the cuddling scene earlier in the film is a fucking steamy romance.
Lily. All right, okay, hold on. So I don't know if anybody else knows this, but Lily has this weird problem of characters cuddling in bed. And she's always arguing that it isn't incestual for sisters to cuddle in bed together. Yet she's saying that this is romantic. And it also reflects some of the more serious allegations against her. I can't. Lily makes it so hard not to bring up the allegations. She really does.
Novel. I fall back on what I said in the glass of water video. The director just did not want Elsa to be gay, and she can't say that because Twitter would rightfully get on her case for it for a week. And as we all learned from the ContraPoint scandal, some people view a week of mockery as being the same as apparently. The focus
Lily, you can't stand somebody. Lily, you send your Discord kitten to like a channel with less than 300 followers who's going over your. Ugh, God. Ugh. Yeah, anyway.
This on world building really tells me that the writers and the director really wanted to make another Frozen movie, but they didn't have an actual idea for it because Frozen was pretty neatly wrapped up and stood on its own merits. You could have gone and just let Elsa have a girlfriend, but that ultimately comes into the same problem as the world building focus we actually have. The only people who wanted a sequel are the people who had headcanons and theories they wanted to see validated. That's all Frozen 2 is, a Twitter post saying your headcanon is correct. Because Frozen 2 is a pandering film. It has everything the fandom trademark wants in a sequel. It has callbacks and references to the first movie. It has a little bit of gay baiting. It has characters watered down to one-dimensional versions of themselves to be easier for fandom culture to process and easily warp to whatever suits their fancy for their fan works, and it tries really hard to be in on the joke. Not suits their fancy for their fan works, and it tries really hard to be in on the joke.
Lily, stop it. Stop telling on yourself. Oh my God. All right.
None of this would have happened if you just gave people the gay princesses they always wanted. Just saying. I simultaneously have a lot
of all the movies that you skipped, we're going with Cinderella. What? That's not even the best sequel movie. She says that it was them lampshading the incest shipping. Absolutely, yeah. Okay.
Lot to say about A Twist in Time and also very little. Talking about the film itself is actually pretty easy. The wicked stepmother goes back in time to ruin Cinderella's happily ever after. Cinderella says, nuh-uh, and hilarity ensues. The rest of the film is an extended third act of the first one, punctuated with magic, slapstick humor, and the prince being a delightful himbo. It takes an opportunity to expand on characters that previously couldn't have been expanded on. I wouldn't say it fixes Cinderella, it doesn't. Cinderella didn't actually need fixing. Cinderella is more active in pursuing the prince, but that isn't a fix to the first one, because the first one was more about Cinderella clinging to hope to get her through what was honestly some pretty horrendous abuse.
I said this in... Hold on.
Cinderella doesn't get things handed to her. People show her compassion when she's in a hard spot.
So, okay, so I've talked about this in my first Disney video, but the whole thing with Cinderella, and I plan to do the longer video on this, is that, but here's my thesis. Cinderella could have been very cruel to the mice and the other creatures that were weaker than her. And, like, often people in those abusive situations perpetuate abuse to things that are weaker than them. But Cinderella did the right thing and didn't. And because she was kind to creatures weaker than her, those creatures busted their ass to save her. I do like Lion King 2 a lot, by the way. It is probably my favorite Disney sequel, but anyway. No, not the Baldur's Gate. No, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
You know, my life has been pretty great ever.
No. Sorry, I'm struggling with YouTube.
Still there. Because just like in the first film, you watch Cinderella get her hopes up and get them dashed multiple times before finally getting her happily ever after. The whole story centers around the fact that you want Cinderella to be happy because she deserves to be happy. This time around, it's just more wacky because why not? It really does feel like a film made by people who weren't all that interested in anything other than a film people would have fun watching. And honestly, I would make a case for this being the best Disney film ever made. Are there films with better writing? Of course. Are there films with better themes? Absolutely. Are there smarter or healthier films out there? Yes, but none of that compares to the sheer unbridled joy I experienced watching this movie. It's a simple movie in terms of stakes, but I was hooked on every single moment watching this because just like the first one, I just want Cinderella to have what makes her happy because it's what she deserves. It takes the simple joys of the first movie and makes it the central story, amping up everything with sheer unbridled ridiculousness. Watching this movie, I had so much straight.
Why can't Lily just... Why does Lily have such a hard time liking things uncynically? Like, even when, like, she's saying, like, this is the best one, and it's so much full of ridiculousness, it's so much full of bullshit, and it's so silly, and it's so stupid. Like, if you actually liked it, why are you calling it these things? Does Lily really criticize Karlach? That's a really weird take. Lily doesn't talk about Baldur's Gate 3 in her video with Karlach on the front of it. And the only time she does bring up Baldur's Gate 3 in her Baldur's Gate video is to be homophobic towards Astarion. So.
Up fun and laughed until my sides hurt on many occasions, and not a lot of animated movies can do that, especially these days. Despite only being made in 2007, it really shows just how worse animation has gotten in only a decade. Stories are less satisfying because they're so packed to the brim with twists and mysteries and subversions.
Why are you comparing WoW to Disney?
They succumb to world builder's disease so frequently, and they're so fucking desperate to be seen as smart and be considered important and meaningful. And funnily enough, A Twist in Time does have a really good story in here about an abuse victim getting out of that cycle, and the stakes are kept personal so that forgiveness at the end is a lot more meaningful.
Okay, also, I just want to say that, like, Lily has been, like, criticizing and bitching about every movie on this list, basically. So, like, what do you mean animation has gotten worse? Like, you have been bitching incessantly since the start of this video. It hasn't gotten worse. Like, it's about the same as it's always been.
Especially when she makes things right. But it wouldn't be as impactful as it is if the film wasn't such a laugh riot from start to finish. Honestly, watching this film and just laughing my ass off completely and utterly really made me realize just how tired I am of all of this. I'm so tired of being angry and not being able to enjoy something without constantly worrying that's gonna vanish up its own ass. The Disney...
Yeah, Lily, go get therapy. If cartoons are making you this angry, go get therapy.
Project as a whole was a much needed reprieve from the stagnant fucking mire of modern animation. But this one, this Disney sequel from 2007 that had no right to be as fun as it was, really just made the exhaustion set in. And I know I'm not alone in this feeling. The ratings for these shows and reception in general has always been tepid, despite how much fandom culture loses their mind over this stuff. These shows are proven to wither and fucking die. I've been grousing about this for a long time, and it's not...
Yeah, you know how many, like, cartoons just fucking that happened within, like, the 90s and the 80s and the 70s? Do you know how many, like, direct-to-video, like, little cartoon shows that were made by Disney that were absolute piss? Like, all of the bad cartoons that came out by Disney and other studios, like, in the mid-century? Like, there have been bad cartoon... Hanna-Barbera? Like... There have been bad cartoons since there have been cartoons. Like, your Rose, like, and you have been complaining about all of the movies on this list throughout, like, almost 100 years of film animation history.
Like I enjoy doing that. People who paint me as an outrage merchant like to imagine that I just enjoy hating things and ruining the enjoyment for other people, but that's such a laughably well, Disney villain caricature that I can't imagine anyone sincerely believing it for reasons other than reassuring themselves that their favorite things aren't actually problematic. You think I like coming up here every week to tell you guys another cartoon vanished up its own ass? I don't like it. I don't enjoy it. I hate every goddamn fucking second of it. But I keep doing it because they keep vanishing up their own fucking ass and just keep getting worse and worse. Just watch A Twist in Time and relearn what having fun means. It's fucking amazing, gay princesses, and we're done. We're done. We're done. Good night.
Lily, you're on disability. You get antidepressants for free. This was from 2020, by the way. Alright, I was going to originally watch 2 more videos. I was gonna watch her video on the Prince of Egypt, and then I was gonna watch a friend of mine's weirdcore video, but honestly, I'm freaking tired, dude. That took a lot out of me. I've been streaming for over 4 hours. Good lord. I can't do this anymore. So let's do an autopsy. Oh, hold on a second. I need to do something very... Okay. We'll just put some kittens on in the background. Weirdcore would be a good palate cleanser, but I respect Dan way too much to watch his stuff when I'm feeling like this. Bye-bye, pee-pee poo-poo. Can you react to other more nerdy content next time? I like how you ramble, but God, Lily is exhausting. I have a video in the works. It'll be like an original video that's not related to Lily Orchard. I want to start deconstructing and talking about Disney films that are very frequently misread. And there's like misconstrued or like misinterpreted. So yeah, I am planning on doing some original content, and I'll be starting with Disney movies, and I will be building up to bigger and better things with bigger and heavier themes. But I think for my first couple of videos, oh no, kitty, you poor thing. I think for my first couple of videos, I'm going to do some smaller videos. Yeah. Good night, everybody. Yeah. Having listened to a bunch of other reactionaries this week, it's amazing how Lily Orchard isn't even the worst one out here. Seriously, I have seen things this week. Oh no, Aunt. Yeah. But yeah, everybody, thank you so much for coming to the stream. I'll see you guys later. I really appreciate everyone coming out to watch. The VOD will be up on my YouTube channel as usual. Everybody have a good night. I'm streaming again. Today's Monday, right? No, today's Tuesday. Yeah, so I'm not streaming tomorrow night, but I will be streaming again Thursday night. Hopefully something that doesn't suck as bad. And Sai is streaming tomorrow. So go watch Sai stream tomorrow. She streams earlier in the day than I do though. But goodbye.